Zuid-Afrika, hier is mijn mooiste land. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Chris White Africa. This is live coverage of events unfolding in Senekal in the Northern Free State in South Africa this morning as the EFF descends upon the small town farming community of 25,000 Northern Free State, and those who turn in revulsion at farm murders plus mod and the actions of those who seek to chase South Africans off the land in South Africa turn up to show their support for what is unfolding in Senekal. Folks, massive crowds already on the way there. Some footage I have that's been coming in from videos. Let me go ahead and put this first one up very quickly. Good morning, everyone out there in the stream. Really appreciate you tuning in right now. Let's show you some overhead coverage of this. I have sent out links to some folks. Unfortunately, it looks like a number of people who were going to be present did not go over concerns over their safety after the EFF threatened to attack people and sent around pictures of weapons and has been toying and frightening people. So a number of people who were going to be on the ground are not on the ground. I can assure you that there are some very good people on the ground right now who are helping out. I've seen videos from a few folks, but I've sent links out to a number of people I do know who will be there. And I got confirmation that the mobile network signals were pretty good. So hopefully a few of them will call in during the stream. But in the meantime, let's see some of the footage that's been coming in. Overhead shot, which is reportedly of what's going on today in Senekal. Way out there. Massive traffic. Same situation we saw for previous. Turn it down a little bit. That's pretty loud. You can't hear me very well for that. Yeah, for those who are wondering, it is 3:33 in the morning on the East Coast here in the United States. I may look a little tired. That is why. Yeah, so that's what's going on here, folks. So if I look a little dragging, apologies, but it is early. So I've only had a couple hours sleep. Christian Hens, I caught the volume. I have to do it by each one, so please bear with me. Some videos, the sound is louder. Some videos, the sound is lower. Look at insane, the traffic trying to get in there. So what I'm doing is I'm trying, bear in mind, folks, that these videos are coming in. I'm adding each of them into the stream as I go. It takes some effort. Now, the police have been out. SAP's stopping and searching vehicles, holding up traffic. Predictably, Mofakeng says we pray for peace. Indeed, we do, but some people are not there for peace. Here are some of them right there. This is peaceful. Economic Freedom Front supporters out on the ground, EFF. That went very fast. Lovely them to be dancing out there. Thanks for rocking up in Senekal. I'm sure that your presence is very pleasing for some folks. Golf clubs, cricket bats, knob carries. Well, not these guys right here. But we do see them in the background. We see knob carries in that image, don't we? Lots of people sending audio in right now. Sorry, folks, you may hear other things in the background because I'm downloading other video that people are sending in right now.
Guys, you don't want to be on camera.
So I'm downloading some videos right now, folks. Sorry about that if I've just distracted while the EFF is on the screen there. All right. So let me just go ahead and take some of those things off. Also, as I mentioned, the police are actually out there doing weapon searches and such. This one comes in from News 24. Looks like they actually showed up this time with some journalists. Notice how they're stopping vehicles and checking for things. Folks, you're watching Chris White Africa on the Daba Africa channel. I'm Chris. I'm coming to you live from central Pennsylvania, showing you footage of events unfolding in South Africa, in the vicinity of and in Senekal, in the Northern Free State, as those showing up in revulsion at the events that take place in rural South Africa or to show their anger. This, of course, all started 26 years ago, actually long before that, as people were murdered on rural farms in South Africa. But it has really finally gotten attention this year, starting in August, with the number of violence and brutal murders picking up in June and July after the lockdown standards were lifted in South Africa. And so what we have happening now is that with the domestic terrorist murder of young Brendan Horner, a 21-year-old farm manager in the Free State, who was brutally stabbed, tortured, hung, beaten, and left to die or dead with the knife, the weapon that was stabbing him, stuck in the ground so that he would be found the next day by his father and his partner, to send a clear message to South Africans to get off the land, to leave the land as if they don't belong in a place that they've been for centuries. I'm talking about South Africans of all stripes, all ethnicities, all nationalities, white, black, colored, and Indian, all over the place, folks. This is what has been happening in South Africa for decades and ignored by the African National Congress, ignored by the South African Police Service, called simply another crime. Now, those who raise the issue of farm murders plus more in South Africa are often called many things. And oftentimes we hear moral equivalency arguments. Well, why don't you say anything when black South Africans are murdered? People do say things when black South Africans are murdered, but the ANC and SAPs don't care about that either. They don't care when colored or Indian. They don't care when anyone's killed. Gender-based violence they pay lip service to until they have no choice. When the ANC Women's Youth League, or ANC Women's League comes out and toys and brings out thousands of people to protest against them, only then do they pay attention. Only then does the government pay attention. The ANC is busy in the process of state capture with thousands and thousands of corrupt members in its party stealing from the people and promulgating a system that is impoverishing South Africans across the country, regardless of their skin color, with stupid race-based policies like denying people support money from the Tourism Relief Fund in the midst of COVID-19. It's unbelievable what's been happening in South Africa, folks, but the international media is not covering this at this moment. They're not there, and we are here to share what information we can get for you and show videos, live footage from events as it unfold in Senekal. So there's some more that's come in here in the last few minutes. Let me get this one. This one's for Big Daddy Liberty. Big Daddy Liberty, I hope you don't mind me showing your video.
Member of DOR, Defense of the Revolution.
Defense of the?
Revolution.
Revolution? What revolution is happening?
No, we are the soldiers of the EFF. Like, in fact, let me put it this way, the security.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm noticing there's a lot of police presence and it looks to be keeping people safe. Why do we need revolutionary guards?
We do need revolutionary guards because sometimes when people are drunk, they fight and the manifesto, it might collapse.
Sometimes when people are drunk.
Is the manifesto that fragile?
The manifesto might collapse. I like Big Daddy Liberty's question. Is the manifesto that fragile? Is your revolutionary zeal that fragile, folks? Are you relying on something? By the way, folks, 26 years after the new dispensation, why do the Economic Freedom Front, why do they have revolutionary guards and fighters waiting to push their manifesto? There's democratic dispensation in South Africa. It's majority rule. Perhaps the economic freedom fighters didn't get the memo. They missed what's actually happening. They actually missed what's happening in South Africa. It's unbelievable, folks. Let me see if anyone is calling in. Not yet. Let me see if I'm going to get one more person here to send a message to, if I can get them. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to send out this link to someone else. All right, got it. Okay, that was one person I was trying to get out to. Yep, folks, lots going on there in the Free State as we speak. It's just crazy, utterly crazy what's happening. Oh, that's still playing. Got myself playing over there. Sorry, I'm listening to my mobile so I can make sure that the sound is coming through for the video feeds that I'm providing to you guys. So that's what's happening over here. Let me just get a few more videos that come in here. Anyway, so how is everyone doing who's not in Senekal? How are you doing out there? Right, let me add a few more videos here. All right, thank you. Over 1,000 people currently tuned into the stream. Thank you so much for your support, folks. Watching what the events unfold in Senekal right here. This is Chris coming to you live from central Pennsylvania. That's right. Now, let me get this in. I'm going to have to probably play this video twice because it goes by quickly. So here we go.
Guys, you don't want to be on camera, it's fine. Morning, how are you?
What are you?
Good, good, good. You're from the EFF, you're in Senekal today. Tell me, are you from Senekal?
No, I'm not from Senekal.
Where did you come from?
I'm from Alexandria.
Alexandra.
Yeah.
Tell me, why are you here today?
I'm here to support.
To support?
Yeah.
Are you here to fight?
No, I'm not here to
Not
fight.
here to fight?
No, I'm not here to fight. Just to support.
Just to protest.
Yeah.
Are you going to cross the fence?
Yeah?
Are you going to cross that fence today?
That one.
That one there?
I'm not definitely sure that we are going to cross, but by fire, by force, we can cross it. If we must cross that fence, we are going to cross that fence.
Morning, morning, morning.
Pam Cantrell asked a question, are the EFF also being searched? I can't answer that question, Pam. I'm not on the ground. I'm getting conflicting video sources coming in. But it's a very good question to ask. I appreciate you asking that question. But we see that not all EFF are troublemakers. People are also showing up simply to show their support. But I would argue that the EFF people who show up to support their party are simply uninformed. They're not particularly well informed. Here's another video from the EFF.
Namhlanje kuzokwenzekani ngoba sesifikile Senekal. Eyethi Senekal eyethi. Eyethi Senekal eyethi.
Johannes Bodenhorst says the world needs to know how faithful these people are. Indeed. Indeed. I don't know what war they're fighting. That war is long over, folks. It's unbelievable, the behavior, the things that they believe in. But a number of videos still coming in, folks. I'm bringing up as quickly as I can, like we did on the previous coverage from events like this, like the motorcycle rally, the car rally, the Vitkois Monument. Kasper Labaskaknis says that their buses were not searched. They went through unstopped. I don't have any confirmation of that, but thank you, Kasper. Are you there? Or are you sharing what someone else has shared with you?
He says he's trying to get...
So, folks, video are coming in from multiple places, and I apologize. Occasionally you get that little voiceover. That's because in order for me to get the video, it starts playing. So my apologies for that. But Alex Shaft just subscribed. Thank you so much. Folks, if you're not a subscriber to Chris White Africa, hey, take a second to become a subscriber. It's much appreciated. This is a good time to perhaps get some more folks to sign up for the channel.
He's trying to get some video, but apparently the EFF has started singing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer."
Look at the contrast here.
Which is not, as I said, which is not surprising.
Yeah, you can see that by contrast, Boer, farmer, are showing up quite calm, not dancing, not toy-toying, behaving themselves. The Afre Forum has set up an assembly point for people away from the town itself. Oh, lots more video coming in here, folks. Let me see what I can get here. All right. That I've already shown. Sorry, this is people sending me the same video from different angles here. Okay. The sounds you're hearing in the background are me getting videos and messages coming in as this goes on, folks. Trying to make sure I get decent videos downloaded for you to watch and listen to. Some of these are hard to follow. There we go. It's the same video, different angles, people saying the same thing. Lots of videos coming in from the EFF coverage. Not a lot coming in at the moment from those who are following farmers and others. So let's see what we got here. Almost sounds like we got a slot machine going there, like the fruit machines in the background, doesn't it? All those little sounds popping up. All right, so trying to get a few more here. Okay,
We don't hear you. Tabo Mufutanyana, you ready?
All right, Linda Logan says, black folk here in South Africa dance when they're angry. Yes.
First letter B, are you here?
My apologies in advance. I can't get to all the chat today with so many people chatting. Yanni Meyer says that Malema's entourage stopped at roadblock with arms cache and car trunk. I've seen multiple people saying that. I have seen no footage of that. Casper says that was confirmed on News 24. We see already got clowns on here. Good job, moderators. Keep the racist and bigots off the channel. Thank you very much. You see, they came in force already. Graham McTaggart's here. When it comes to communist revolution never ends. That's true. Today will go down in history, says the joking atheist. Well, perhaps, but certainly not with international news coverage. Where is the international news coverage? Do you see the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Guardian, the BBC? Do you see their journalists on the scene? Are they covering this? No. I've seen nothing on any of their sites. Nothing on their sites. Well, folks, we got a record number of people showing up in the stream, including a lot of trolls. So appreciate the hard work that the moderator's doing, keeping the trolls under control. Racists and bigots are not welcome here. So piss off, fotsec, 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 bye, 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 bye. If you're a racist or bigot, you're not welcome to this channel. But folks who want to have a cogent conversation about events taking place in South Africa, you are most welcome to be here. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks. Let's get back to see what videos I can add in here. Lots of people subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Unless you're a troll, then your subscription's not desired. But Joe Fat Nyaji says, land first. Well, good for you. But land first before people, that's pretty sad. That's pretty sad. Pretty sad. Right. Golden Sheep, what did you say to get yourself booted there, my friend? Okay, so COVID casualties in red. Oh, yeah, good point there. Good point there. Notice the social distancing taking place at the EFF. Notice the National Coronavirus Command Council and its admonishment to Economic Freedom Front fighters who are out in the streets standing next to each other, violating social distance. Reminds me a lot of the urban insurrection taking place here in the United States, folks, where people apparently are allowed to destroy our cities with no consequences because magically they won't get COVID-19. Anyway, folks, I haven't got anybody calling in yet, so let me check on that and see what's going on. But I'll keep feeding you the videos as they come in. But yeah, magically, that people who are not getting COVID-19 with the EFF, they must have muti to protect them. Some super, super way of making sure that they are not harmed by this. It's just crazy, folks. Thank you so much for sharing with us, EFF, your magic recipe for not getting COVID-19 as you hang around with each other. By the way, folks, this came in here. Where's it at? I got to find this one here. I think I may have deleted this one. This was a message. It's a message for the EFF. All right, there we go. Oops, hang on. That's I gotta fix that, folks.
Julius Malema.
Fix that. All right, folks. Now you can watch the whole thing. Thanks to everyone who's signing up as subscribers right now. Wow, people subscribing left and right. Thank you, Joe.
Hey. Julius Malema.
Uncle Frick is coming to Senegal. Here comes the big crap. Here comes the huitkak. The big crap is coming to Senegal. Well done. Well done. That's hilarious, that one there. That's the extent of toy-toying you'll see from boors, from farmers. Julius is arriving, is he now? Okay. The great buffoon himself. Let's see if this is Julius Malema arriving. Yeah, here we go. This is video of Julius Malema. Here we go, folks. The instigator himself, the man who is calling for basically civil war. I saw him on television. No charges preferred, and he's not in the docket. Why is that the case? But Julius Malema has apparently arrived recently, so this video is purportedly of Malema. Let's get a picture of that. Get that one up. All right, folks, we'll get this Malema video up here in just a moment. Just got to find it. Where's it at? There it is. Okay, here we go. Buffoon himself. There you go. Look at the inconvenient buffoon himself. Julius Malema. Look at this. They're allowed to assemble. They got a whole stage going on there. It's interesting. That's the arrival of Julius Malema on the scene there. Lock him up. Lock him up is right. Alida de Villiers has just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing. Somebody became a member a few minutes ago of the channel. Leonard Tadford became a member. Leonard, for those who are curious what that's all about, those who support the channel financially become members of Chris White Africa. They get a proper hand salute. I'm a retired U.S. Army colonel, and a hand salute is a sign of respect. And I offer that up to anyone who becomes a member of Chris White Africa. If you are in South Africa, by the way, it's just 10 Rand per month, 9 Rand 99 to become a member to support the channel. It's not about the money. It's because, trust me, after YouTube takes its 30%, and Uncle Sam takes his 28%, and the state of Pennsylvania takes their percent. I wind up with 32 cents per member who joins at the team member level. It's about a community, and thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. So anyone who wants to become a member of Chris White Africa, smash that membership button right down there. If you have a credit card with YouTube, you can Google, you're good to go, and that will get you to be a member. And if I see it come up during the stream, I'll render you a hand salute, give you a chance to take a screen capture when the zombie comes across the screen. Anyway, thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate it, folks. Let's, for some reason, I'm getting skip frames here. I wonder what that's all about. That's interesting. But anyway, let me see what other videos have come in. I haven't got anyone calling me in yet, so that's interesting. Like I said, a number of people were supposed to be there are not there, and I'm not hearing from some other folks. I'm curious what's going on there, but I was expecting a few other people to be up there. Let me see. I'm looking for Winston to see if he's there. Okay, Winston got my message. Let me see if he's there. Really quickly. All right, I sent him a message, ask if he's there. Getting more video coming in. Now we're seeing farmers, how they're behaving. What's this with all this barbed wire here? Wow, interesting. Interesting. This is what you're getting in comparison to seeing the EFF. This is what you're seeing, folks, right here from farmers present, South African Boers farmers. Let's go ahead and get this one up very quickly. Anyway, I'm adding videos here very quickly and images as they come in as quickly as I can, folks, but it takes a few moments. Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to Chris White Africa. This is live coverage of events unfolding in Senekal in the northern Free State in South Africa. That's right, folks. That's what's happening right now. Thousands and thousands of people gathered as the international media ignores the events taking place. Where did that? I just lost that image. So many things have come in. I haven't got that image. I don't know where it went. Okay, let me just go and try this again, folks. Lots of folks subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much for that, for subscribing to the channel. It's most appreciated. You will find coverage of all of Africa and also of South Africa in particular. Johan Esbach has just become a member. Let me fix this. Okay, okay, there it is. Okay. Sorry, folks. Right, I'm waiting for that to come up. Someone named Kennedy just subscribed. I missed the first day. My apologies for that, folks. But we did just get a new member, Johan Esbach. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen so I can give you a salute there, Johan. And thank you for your support of the channel. By the way, folks, if you are a member, you get access to custom emojis. Got 100% on there. We've got a poo emoji I think I put on there now, finally. So DGP ZA says, what about lockdown regulations? No large gatherings. They're not wearing masks. Don't exercise. Social distancing. Police and bloody useless and scared of those thugs. Hope they all catch COVID. Well, that's kind of mean, but I get your sentiment. Definitely. Well, I haven't seen it come up yet. So Johan Esbach, I don't want to be lost in the mix. It might be because the chat's running along so fast. I'll give you a salute now. If it comes back up, I'll give you a second one there. Here you go. Carl Molster just became a subscriber. Thanks for becoming a subscriber. And to the many people who are subscribing right now, thank you so much for you becoming a subscriber. Appreciate it. Let's see. We got Jaco Fundamentus here. Let's see what else. Jacques Butcher just subscribed. Citizen Guardian, if you're here and you support Malema, I hope you're real proud of yourself. Sick, disgusting murderer, says the Citizen Guardian. Well, I'm not sure he's a murderer, but he certainly is a person who advocates violence. We definitely know that. That's definitely the case. Stolen by a mother is a member of the channel and has put all kinds of South African flags up there. Thank you so much for that. People are crying about, where'd they go? Crying about someone deleted that message. Well, look, he arrives in a car designed by Europeans. Anyway, it looks like that's not going to come up. So let me go ahead and get some more of the imagery in here, folks, that is coming in from the scene. Again, no one has called in yet. Now, I may have to be careful because, oh, there it is, Johan Esbach. Thank you for becoming the most recent member. Colette Hewlett is here again, Citizen Guardian. She's agreeing with complicit in murder, she says. Wild Hogs African Motorcycle Ventures just subscribed. Well, I love that username. Hey, Vernon Nylager is here. Usual suspects are with us today. Thanks a lot for those who've been longtime subscribers and followers of the channel. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, the events unfolding in Senekal, in fact, are historic. We'll see what happens here. There's a super chat coming in. Jay Dupes says, part 1 of 2, work out who is behind the farm. Work out who is behind the farm. Really not sure what that's meaning there, Jay Dupes. What do you mean? Who is behind what farm? Paige Mitchell's just subscribed. Thank you so much, folks. Wow, we're up to 1,800 people currently watching the stream. Really appreciate it. Farmers, it's a trap. Get out, says Stephen Lowe. We need some actual live coverage. Is SABC there covering? Have you seen anything from them? I have not yet. But let's see what else we got going on here, folks. Pull up some more. Okay. Yeah, Ernst is here. Okay, cool. All right. All right, so Ernst van Saal, the conscious caracal, is on the ground in Senekal. He's just arrived, folks, and he said speeches are about to begin, so I'm going to try to get him on the Zoom call here shortly. All right, cool. Looks like he may be on the ground. I've not heard from Winston Coetzee yet, but I have heard from... okay, Roger. Okay, so we'll just have to wait for Ernst when he gets through. Big Daddy Liberty is obviously busy recording. I've not seen him respond to my message. Unati Kwaza was unable to go. She decided it was not in her best interest from a safety standpoint. I can understand that. Autistic Anglophile says, mods are silencing me for telling the truth about South Africa. It was built by Europeans, whether you like it or not. Many of them have been there 500 years. Blame the Zulus. I don't think you're correct, Autistic Anglophile. Mods are not silencing people for telling the truth. Mods are silencing people who are being trolls. So I'm not sure what you said that you think you got blocked for, but your message is right there. So I don't know what you're saying is silent. I even just read it. Message deleted. Okay. Yeah, let's not be... I don't know why that message was deleted for Autistic Anglophile. I just saw it. Mods have got a hard job here because there are at least 24 trolls who are currently in changing usernames, and they're working very hard to keep the profanity and the bigotry and racism out of the stream. So thank you to the mods. Jacques Vandermeuve, who's just became a member. Okay. Thank you so much for that. It's not come up on the screen yet. 2 murders, then you work out why ANC cancer stopped it. Not sure what that means, Jay Dupes, but thank you for the £3 super chat. Don't get a lot of pound super chats. Get plenty of euros and even Hong Kong dollars, Canadian dollars, US dollars, and lots of rand super chats, but thank you for that. Hey, Golden Sheep says, hey, and got deleted. He must have misbehaved prior to that. All right, folks, if a person comes back in, moderators, and they've been misbehaving, you can take them out, but let's give people a chance to chat if you can. All right, live feed piece. Well, Sonia, which live feed would you like me to cover? The non-existent international media that's there, the non-existent South African media that's there. Not live feeds; they're actually downloads of things taking place here. So I'm getting them in as quick as they come. Okay, that we've already done. See, people are sending the same videos in, so it's difficult to use some of these videos because the exact same thing coming in over and over again. Let's see what we've got here. I'm waiting. All right, I'll send you this one here. This one's in Afrikaans, so folks, just stick with this. My apologies for those who don't speak Afrikaans. I cannot translate this in real time, so I'll just go ahead and play this one, and we'll go with that. All right, here we go. People are dropping off here. Well, I wonder what that is. The trolls must be getting chased away. All right, so the trolls must be getting sent packing here very quickly, so let's go ahead and get this one up very quickly. Here we go, folks.
Ben Almere, NCA vir Boermedia. Ons het nou net weer in Senekal inbeweeg. Dit is die 16 Oktober 2020 en die tyd is nou 9:48. Die teenwoordigheid hierso op die stadium van die EFF is nie so groot nie, maar ek merk op dat daar 'n vreeslike toename van taksies en busse van die EFF se kant af besig is om in die dorp in te beweeg. Op die hoeveelheid mense by die voor die hof daar waar Malema nou sy speeches en sy dinge gee is nie so baie nie. Maar soos julle kan hoor, is die manne van die motorfietsse hierso om groot lawaai te maak en ook hulle stempel en hulle stem dik te maak vir ons boere. Hulle is baie gedissiplineerd. Hierso is geen enige mense wat buite die raamwerk van die wet optree nie. en dit maak ons trots. Ek sal vir julle later weer 'n bietjie terugvoer gee. Dankie julle, hoor.
Folks, wow, there goes some feedback. Wow, Christo Hoyer's back in a big way. Christo just did a super chat, says, thanks for the stream, Colonel Wyatt. Long time since I've been online, but still live and lurking sometimes. Well, Christo, it's good to see you back. Ever since we had the troll invasion back in June, or July, I thought you were gone forever. Glad to see you there. Juanita Bezaidenhout has just become a subscriber. Thank you for that. Yeah, so good to see you again, Christo. Welcome back. Glad you're online. Really good to see you, folks. Joking Atheist says, saying they just arrived, and at the moment there's very little EFF support, although he's heard many buses on the way for the EFF. Well, he's in a different spot, obviously. The EFF are in town itself, and we're seeing that, wow, lots of trolls popping in here, folks. Wow, hey, look at the trolls. It's like they come in surges. Well, anyway, it has been a while. Yeah, look at that, Christo. We are glad to see you back again, once again. Craig Sparks, whoever built or was responsible for the Building South Africa debate should be put aside with the apartheid debate. We now need to look ahead. I agree, Craig. I agree. We shouldn't be focusing on who did this, who did that. There's the super chat from Christo. Jay Dupe says, work out who is behind the farm murders, then you will work out why the ANC cancer won't do anything at all. No, absolutely. It's a good point. There's supposition on that. I don't have evidence of it, but certainly the political behavior of the ANC makes it very clear that the African National Congress and its bureaucracy are not interested in ending the farm murder situation in South Africa. Thank you for the super chat there, Jay Dupes. Really appreciate it. Sonia Folk says, Sonia Folk, okay, says pray, pray, pray with a username. Doesn't quite match up with the sentiment, but thank you for that. Appreciate it. Jaco van der Meve says, pop those trolls and weasels. Yeah. The EFF are there because they don't understand that the farmers just want justice for farmers. They think it's a race thing, which it isn't. Just tired of criminals getting away with this. Indeed, indeed. Well said there, Son Jake 21. Thank you so much for that. You are spot on in your comments. Waiting for Ernst Fonsal, the conscious Caracal, to come on. Winston Coetzee is recording some video for me, so I'll have video or audio. He's playing audio, so we'll have that coming up, and you should be able to hear Winston's audio when I play it. So Winston's on the ground. Okay. Okay, let's see what else. Pixie Chicks was okay. I think that's my daughter, says Erica. All right, so I have something from Winston Coetzee now. This is Winston Smiles, folks. This is just audio alone. Let's hear what he has to say, about 20 seconds.
Yes, how's it? Yeah, I'm just outside Senekal at one of the farms here. We've probably got about a group of 200 people ready to go into Senekal now. So yeah, I am part of that group, and we are on standby.
All right, folks, that's Winston Smiles. Winston Smile, the Afrikaans musician, performer, who comes on the channel frequently. Also may have seen him on Loving Life's channel. But he is in Senekal, or near Senekal, and we're just waiting. Hey, there's Kyle Zede, Kyle Green Zede. Good to see you back, Kyle. Trolls need to get a life. Simple truth hurts. It does, Jay Dupes. Absolutely right. But the trolls do have a life. They harass and try to marginalize people. Nigel Naylor agreed, Justin, Cape Independence of another building block for building a better future for the minorities. Well, I don't know if Cape Independence is the route, folks, but it certainly is getting a lot of attention. A lot of people paying very close attention to it. Anne-Marie Fundameva, respect to the bikers. Indeed, lots of respect to the bikers who've done an awful lot of good on the farm murder issue. They have been there. First and foremost, they've been in front of it, folks. I'm going to delete some videos here so that we have room for others, because the more videos I let stack up in Streamlabs, the longer that it takes to load others. So I have to just take a look and see if anything else has been coming in, folks, very quickly. The other videos. Drone footage. Okay, got some drone footage of the EFF, just waiting for it to download. Well, this is supposed to be drone footage of the EFF. I don't know if it actually is, folks. We'll see. That doesn't look like drone footage. Oh, it's a video. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is actually in the town. This is purportedly footage of a still shot of EFF supporters in Senekal. Interesting that. So let me get this up very quick, folks. All right, Nico, thank you for just becoming a subscriber there. And let me bring this image up very quickly, folks. This is purportedly... Now, it's going to be a little hard to see it. Maybe I'll have to stretch it. No, you can see that just fine, but I'll stretch it anyway so you can see it across the entire screen. But this is purportedly a aerial image of EFF supporters in the town. Look at that social distancing, folks. In the midst of a national emergency in South Africa. Apparently, the emergency doesn't apply to EFF members. Look at them just crammed all together there, folks. By the by, if I do see that from the other side, I will mention that as well. Robin, good to see you here. What else we got here? Franco Drexen says, respect. Well, cool. Thanks. Land expropriation is being discussed in Parliament today. Yes, it will be discussed in Parliament today. J.C. McFarland, thank you for the update. Now, Lady Barrett is here. Good morning, people. Sending love and prayers to all grieving, peace and respect, please. Indeed. Agreed, lady. Good point. What else we got here? Jose Sampelo. Good outcome. How is that going to happen with EFF there? Well, we shall see. But that's an image, folks, of apparently EFF supporters in Senekal, taken from a drone that someone has up in the air. Thank you, all those who are becoming subscribers right now. Thank you for the super chats that have come in. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. You're listening to Chris White Africa on the Adab Africa channel. I'm bringing live updates of events unfolding in Senekal. So thank you for tuning in. Let me see what else we got going on here. Hey, there's someone who hasn't been around a while. Welcome, Lavagna Pota is back, living in the Cape. Good to see you once again. Craig Spart, seeing some of the farmer footage, seeing black people arrive in support of the farmers kind of flies in the face of the message the EFF is saying. Indeed, it does, folks. There were black and white South Africans who showed up on the 6th of October for the original arraignment or arraignment of these suspects. And they were there on the 6th of October, but the media basically had a blackout, no pun intended, of black South Africans basically not showing their presence. There are lots of black South Africans who've shown up in support of the farmers and the situation. Cobus de Klerk has just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. They don't even know why they're there, says Hemen Potgita. Yeah, I agree. Stefan Kruger says, hi, Chris. Good for you and covering this, watching from Namibia. Well, thanks for watching from Namibia. Welcome, Guten Tag, everyone in Namibia. Good to see you there, folks. Always happy to see folks from Namibia pop in and join us. So let me get back and see if any more video or images have come in recently, folks. What's this one here? I got something. Let's see. We've already got that. That's the same video coming in from folks. Waiting for more coverage to come in. And I'm still waiting to hear back from the Conscious Caracal. It looks like he is not able to call yet. Hope he calls in more than once. Yep. Apparently 17 taxi loads or buses full of EFF members have been arriving shortly. So what's this? Let's see what this video is here. Okay. We'll show you, by contrast, more peaceful assembly by farmers come out in support of this, folks. You can see no toying and people well behaved. There's another video of farmers arriving in support of the situation. Lots of people subscribing. Thank you very much. Zanita Kokomur has just subscribed. I always get that surname wrong, so my apologies in advance. I have a hard time pronouncing that surname. It's just a difficult one for me in Afrikaans. It's not one we see often in English. Here we go. Go. Look at that peaceful. Now, these guys are also not adhering to social distancing. Toki's Lobska, thank you so much for that. That one's on TikTok. What's Trump's feelings on it? Javi Drumming says, well, Trump is very quiet about it. We're in the midst of an election right now, and that's where the attention is focused for the United States. That's what's happening right now. John Emil Harrison, there I am new, and I'm South African from Sydney, Australia. Well, welcome to you, John. Welcome to the channel. Thanks a lot. Autistic Anglophobes back. After claiming he was being blocked, the Rainbow Nation was built on a lie. It was never about equality or any oppression. It was just a illegal transition of power from a competent administration to a criminal one. Many people say that, but it's also just really changing one patronage-based system that favored a group of people to another patronage-based system that favored a group of people. One of the key distinctions between the National Party and the ANC is that at least the National Party hired competent people to do work, unlike the ANC, which hires anyone who they can give corrupt money to do nothing. Edwin White says, thanks a lot for support from the U.S. You're most welcome. It's my pleasure. Been doing it for a while. Yako says, how many Boer supporters are in Senekal today? I don't know. I'm not getting enough video footage. I'm not getting enough images of it, folks. It's going to be difficult to estimate. I was able to estimate the crowd size previously, but there are clearly thousands from the number of cars and vehicles that tried to approach Senekal. The police putting roadblocks up and stopping some people and holding up traffic, while buses from the EFF are just routed straight through. Difficult to give you the actual numbers, but thank you everyone for subscribing. Now, Rebellious Ruth says, will Trump support white farmers if violence breaks out? Do you think they care? Do you think they care? Has there been any coverage from U.S.? No, there hasn't been any coverage from the U.S., Ruth. The only coverage about farm murders plus more in South Africa that we've seen in the U.S. over the past few years has been on Tucker Carlson's program a couple of years ago after he did that, and then Donald Trump did some tweets when Inicites came to the States. That's the only thing we've seen take place. There have been some news articles, but they're often misleading and distorting. They're always apologist articles for the African National Congress's failures in South Africa, talking about moral equivalency and saying that, well, it's a violent society. 60 people die every day. That's true, but that's not the topic at hand. We're talking about the domestic terrorism, the mutilation, the torture, the use of blowtorches, pliers, Pungas, those are machetes, folks, if you know what a punga is. The beating of people, the gang raping, the cutting off of testicles, the cutting off of breast. These are not normal murders, folks. These are not normal crimes. Yet the government has covered it up. And what few things we see covered in the print media here in the United States are almost always stories that try to use moral equivalency to say, well, you don't care about blacks in South Africa. That's not true. And I dealt with the bigots and racists on my videos yesterday who made the stupid claim and says, who are you pretending to be a South African? Not a South African, never claimed to be one. I'm an American. How could I be a South African and be a commissioned officer in the U.S. Army? Shows you how stupid those people are. You can't be an officer in the U.S. Army unless you are an American citizen. American citizen by birth, been in the United States since my birth, but traveled and lived all over the world. So people, the leftists come with their nonsense every time you turn around. Blitzmanstrahl is back, okay. Surrounded and air dominance, and everyone was saying the farmers will not be in control. Yeah, the farmers are in control. They look fine. They look great, folks. Feel free to smash the like button, folks. Try to do your best. I'm sure that the trolls have smashing the unhappy button. What do we got for dislikes on this thing? Let me take a look real quick, folks. Let me see what's going on from that standpoint, how many dislikes we've got. I'm sure we've got some dislikes because the trolls been hanging around. So make sure we outnumber the trolls with your likes, folks. Let's see what else we got here. Grant Rothman, I'm done asking. What is Grant done asking for? Batman says no expropriation. It's not land expropriation, it's property. Yeah, no. Batman, I've covered this endlessly. I have warned South Africans who are obsessed with land that you're right to be concerned about land, but expropriation without compensation is not about land. It's about taking your property. That includes your pension funds, your cash in your bank accounts. It includes taking your buckies, taking your cars, taking your jewelry, whatever they want, they can take without justification, and they'll say it's legal, and it will be legal. But so is apartheid. Apartheid was legal too. So they will pull that crap off. But the bottom line, folks, I've been warning people since this topic came up about 3 or 4 years ago, in all earnestness, that this is a naked political move to steal your freedom and liberty from you. How do I mean that? Well, once this is the law of the land, once the Constitution is amended to allow the government of the day to use expropriation without compensation, what will happen is that they will use that as a tool to silence their critics. What I mean by that is if you have expropriation without compensation, all you have to do to someone who's complaining in the press or someone who's talking about your ineffective governance is say, listen, guess what? Your retirement account, have you checked it lately? Boom, and your retirement account's gone. And there's nothing you can say. So they'll make examples of people who are political opponents, and they will silence political opposition. That's what expropriation without compensation is all about. Yes, they'll use it to steal land. Yes, they will. And they'll take land that's lawfully held by South Africans. Meantime, the South African government has failed to do transformation on land. They have settled nearly all of the original land claims, the legitimate land claims from 1995 to 1999. Nearly all the 75,000 plus land claims have been settled. There's about 1,900 left to be settled. Most of those have to do with agricultural land or with groups who've made claims rather than individuals. But that's never talked about. The fraudulent second round of land claims, which is not legitimate, which took place during the Zuma regime, that 141,000 included almost entirely fraudulent claims, which have choked up the system, which was the intent. So it gives the impression that land is not being returned. But in fact, the South African government has bought thousands of hectares of land and provided no. Jay Dupes has given a super chat. What was that super chat for? Let me go back and catch it real quick. Sightlanders Media have live feed if that helps. Okay, well, I don't know if that helps. We'll see if I can get that very quickly. Okay. Anyway, so didn't even know they were on. So thanks for sharing that in super chat. Let's see if I can get something on that. Anyway, folks, don't know where they're at there. Don't find their website. Interesting. Let's see if we can find their feed and what's going on. Not loading. Anyway, yeah, so the EWC story is about taking property, folks. It's not about land. Don't get caught up on the land. That's definitely part of it. It's definitely something that's going to happen, but it's about taking property. Thank you for the super chat there, J Dubs. Let's see what else we got going on here. Okay, folks. Thanks, moderators. Last week today's racism going both sides. Yeah, someone, Million Tribe says that, yeah, no, if you're a racist on either side of the aisle, then you need to do something else. Yeah, Tabiso Tabedi remembers the Tucker report. Yeah, I do too. But it was short-lived. It wasn't much attention. It went by very quickly. Erica says from Senekal said that Oh gosh, bless, it's jumping ahead there. Cobus, I can't see Erica's message. It's coming in so fast. It's just there's a lot of chat going on here, folks. Can only get so much of it. Networks are getting overloaded. They are. A lot of networks are getting overloaded. So people with other channels are getting. Whoops, message being dropped off there. Okay, so let me get back to this. Let me find see if I've got anyone calling in yet. So, okay. Everyone keeps showing the same video of Malema arriving. That's not very helpful. I appreciate people sending that over and over again, but it doesn't really help out the situation. Citizen Guardian says tension's high right now. I'm not getting Ernst von Saal coming yet. Cool. How can I email you explosive ANC documents there from WikiLeaks? You need to find my address on the About tab there, Koku. That's where you'll find it. Go to the About tab, and if you're on a mobile, it might be a little difficult, but if you're on a PC or laptop, you go to the About tab and to the right and go below the description of the channel. Can you stream someone else's stream? Loving Life reporting that EFF is arranging the farmers. Well, I will try to stream someone else's stream there, Stefan, but I will not stream that channel because that channel blocked me for no reason whatsoever after I defended that jackass when he was attacked by John B. Wells, and his feelings were hurt because someone that appeared on his channel asked to come on my channel. I let them on, and he blocked me. So piss off, and if you guys want to go to Loving Life, go watch Loving Life. And I apologize if you enjoy that channel. That's your privilege, but feel free to go to Loving Life. I'm not going to be supporting that channel that blocks my channel and blocks my my viewers from commenting on their channel. They're just clowns. Okay, there we go. That's what I mean. Okay. All right, let me see if I can get this to come up, folks, and I'll get this feed going on. Come on. No, oh, there it is. Okay. All right, we may have a live feed here. I'll get you this one. It's just not loading. I'm trying to get you a live feed here, folks. Oops. If this, in fact, is live, this is from the Sightlanders site. Come on. What's going on here? There we go. I'm off the screen there a little bit there because I'm trying to get you a live feed here, folks. This is purportedly from, this is the Sightlanders feed. At least someone's doing a live feed because none of the major media outlets are doing this. So just give me a moment here to get this up. It's taking a moment. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Networks are getting saturated by this, but the global networks can handle this, folks. All right, here we go. Let me go ahead and put that up. Doesn't sound very good, does it? Cash says, why are they even fighting over land that was stolen? Land wasn't stolen. Get your facts straight. Take your leftist drivel elsewhere. Look at this. This is reporting a live feed there. Amy Justin LaRue says, I was blocked on Twitter, so I'm getting my Senekal updates here. Well, thank you for coming on the channel, Amy. It's my pleasure to have you here. Where are the saps at? Where are the saps? What are they doing here? How are they helping out the situation? This is when the man's offering me advice on how to stop the frame loss. The frame loss, no, it's not from apps. It's from feeds. It's from the data. So that feed has been lost. So thanks for that idea. I appreciate that, but that one's gone. But yeah, it's not. It's one man. Thank you for the advice, but I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. Not a RAM problem, folks. Not even close to using up all my RAM right now. So it looks like all the people who promised that they would be there and they would be calling me in, none of them are there. So much for that at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some of them popping in, but they're not there at the moment. So Jandre Brewer says, live now on Board Legions. Okay. Chris, go check it out. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know where that's at. So the frame rate is not, what's that? Dave makes a plan, Trump 2020. Well, thanks for that. That's out of the blue there. But thank you very much for that. Okay. I'll try to get that stream, folks. These streams are proving to be unreliable. That one there is already dead in the water. Let's see what I got here. See if I can get another feed going here, folks, for one of these other ones. Okay. Okay, I don't see any feed on Boer Legion. People are saying Boer Legion, there's no feed there. There's no live feed, so I don't know what you're talking about live feed there. It doesn't exist. Interesting, but thanks for offering that one up. Anyway, they're leading the Boers to civil war. Chris, go check it out. They state that if they go to civil war, they can claim independence. Well, that's a foolish statement. You can claim all you want. It doesn't make it true. RAM is only one part. CPU is also a factor to take into consideration because your CPU handles the processing stream of your feed. That's true. And my CPU is, oh, actually, it's up there now. You're right. It's jumped up quite a bit. So, yep, that's true. Well, let me get rid of this. I don't need that. That'll help. Okay. Let's get rid of this one there. Anyway, so, yeah, back to live feeds, which are not coming in. Very disappointed, folks. My apologies that we're not getting the folks who told me they'd be there, and we're not there. Okay, Tunes is in the chat. You got to get onto the stream, Tunes, and see what you've missed. What's this video here? Here's some aerial footage again. Okay, we'll get this one brought in here just a moment. All right, folks. Okay, I can't bring in footage and also watch your Zwan the Man's updates. So, Zwan the Man, I'm going to have to ignore what you're sending me there for the moment. Trying to get stuff in here. Where's it at here? Come on, come on. Here we go. Here's all right, and let's see what we got up here. So there's some aerial footage there. I've gone to SiteLanders. The site doesn't work. It keeps freezing. Their feed is not working. Let's see what this is. I've gone to SiteLanders, folks, so I don't know what to tell you about that. People keep asking me to go to places that don't work. I'll go back to it and try again. But here we go. Let me get back to this video. Okay, so let me load this one very quickly. Well, again, see, site's not working. Site's not working. Well, it's an awful lot of trouble by the trolls coming to my site when there's not a whole lot going on here. It's just entertaining that they feel compelled to come here. Okay, let's go with this now.
I love this shit. Yeah, all the journalists are here now. One's got a helmet on, he's like he came skateboarding. And two of them. Well, that was successful. That was peacefully dissolved. All right. I just need to go back a bit. I just
Oh, that's social distancing going on, not?
Staan manne, staan! Frans eerste. Nee, dankie. Nee, dankie. Okay. Waar is Jan?
Looks like lots of confusion going on all around.
Pushed him back. This guy from the EFF trying to push these guys back. He's got some next level mission to accomplish. See, here the cops are now, by the way. They're right here, a few of them. Here's the cops.
So I'm noticing a number of people sticking Loving Life things in the chat. Bye. Go to Loving Life. Go to that channel. Feel free. Enjoy yourself. Don't be polluting our chat with that nonsense here. That channel, who was given the benefit of the doubt, that gentleman asked me to come on his channel and be a guest on there. I was on there. It was a good interview. He reciprocated by coming on the next week, although he ignored my request for a photograph and information so I could do a proper promo. We did the interview. It was almost like it was beneath him to do it. It was fine. No complaints about it. Then because people who also had appeared on his channel asked to come on my channel, came on my channel, he blocked them. And then his little spies come on my channel and claim that in fact no one's blocked on that channel. That's a lie. Well, that's an utter nonsense because I watched that channel and I went on there. And after he made some ludicrous video talking about people in South Africa who were reporting him for his videos. I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm not in South Africa. I'm not involved in that. But he played a video of me somewhere and to imply that I was involved in that. Didn't say anything about it. So I went back. I was watching his videos. And I joined the conversation when he had someone there talking about the history of South Africa. And I commented periodically for about 45 minutes. And no one responded. And at least a dozen people who are subscribers on this channel were on there, and none of them said hello. And that's unusual. Whenever I go on another channel, people usually say hello, just say hello. So no one said hello. So I began to wonder if my messages were actually being seen. And so I sent an @ to all those other people, all 12 of them. And so they all should have seen my message, but they didn't because I was blocked by Scott Balson Loving Life, by his little trolls of moderators over there. So you can take your spies from Loving Life and go to Loving Life. He's got lots of people watching his channel right now. You want to be bored by that channel? Go be bored by that channel. You're not welcome here. Bye-bye. If you'd like, if you're a Loving Life spy, go enjoy Loving Life. Now we have people that enjoy Loving Life channel and enjoy this channel, and more power to them. You should watch whatever you enjoy. That's your prerogative. And if that channel floats your boat, that's great. If this channel floats your boat, that's great. But for the people coming here and keep sticking Loving Life in there, just go. Don't waste your time here. Go watch Loving Life because that's your thing. Go do it. But don't come in here and try to tell people to go watch Loving Life. That's your business. Bye-bye. Take off. And we'll see you later. Anyway, so yeah. We want to watch both channels. Well, Hobby Hyper, you can watch both channels. I'm unlike Scott Balson. I don't block you from watching my channel. I'm just saying stop polluting my chat by referring people to Loving Life. If you want to watch Loving Life, go watch Loving Life. I've just told you, go watch Loving Life. Anyway, all right. EFF is crossing the police line. Okay, let's get back to the video, folks. There's a good point made by the brew about how this is just Boers. Yeah, this is not the EFF. I'm trying to get to EFF feed.
And I'm just gonna, I want to see. Het jy hom teruggezet? Okay, dankie.
Linda Jonker has just become a team member.
Vanaf die pad sal die ander mense wat nie wil gaan die kerkdiens hou hier in die pad ons kan toe sê vir Ernst jy gaan groep kom afneem by die kerk. As ons in die kerk gepas was.
Is daar waar ons was met die pad staan?
It's for Linda Jonker.
Kyk na die pad, dis nie vir hierdie.
Nee, ons gaan nie, daar's nie 'n manier nie. They just told me that there's a church service with the other Boere, the other group. They're having a church service at the Padstal at the moment.
It's from Marika. I miss Linda Jonker. So Linda, there you go.
There, but I'm not getting.
Thank you for becoming a member.
Oh,
there it is.
Very big groups. Huh? Oh, our people are on route. They're walking. They're on their way here now. Met wie praat jy? Is dit was hulle almal daar bo. Sal jy gou? Weet jy Karen se nommer? Nee. Ek net iemand. Ek wil net seker maak dat ons nie uit airtime uitraak nie. En ons gaan I'm going to have to take you off the gimbal soon because the phone is going to want to die. I haven't got that much left. Well, there's quite a bit left. But I do have a power bank, but when I take the power bank out, it's going to have to, we're going to run off. We're not going to be on the gimbal, so it's going to be a bit more shaky. Just saying so long. But I'm going to stream for as long as we can. Okay. And thank you for everyone again. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. You could be doing something else, but you're doing this. This is great. Thanks. I can see the guys on the cockpit. I'm going to turn around for you. There's quite a few people there now. That guy's voice is a bit... That's the one. That's the one. Please, WhatsApp alsjeblieft en sê ek het nog sit vir my asseblief nog so 3 gig oor. Asseblief, ek vra vir 3 gig. Baie dankie.
It is difficult to follow after the rain. That's one of the reasons why I was offering commentary.
That interview with the guy who does the sound. He's always at these events. Always. It's his sound that's here at the moment. Voice is a bit tired. See this? That was an interesting move, to be honest with you guys.
My stream is buffering because that's the feeds, folks. You have to understand these feeds are coming from multiple locations and being fed over multiple servers, and that's what happens. As when the man's telling me it's because of my resources, but I get his point. But yeah, I do have. But what am I supposed to do? Crash all of my applications? I have no capacity to shut that down. So yeah, my CPU is currently running pretty high here. Yeah, it is, and that's why it's actually doing that. So odd that that's happening. God is watching over his sheep. Let me go ahead and pull in this latest video, folks. Yeah, I'm not sure why people find that a compelling source of media there from Sightlanders. I didn't find that useful at all. It was actually quite boring. No dig on Sightlanders, just saying there's nothing there. They're not near any of the action. They're not near any of the events that are taking place. It's strange. Here we go. This is more nonsense happening. Carl, am I screaming what from whose YouTube channel? What are you talking about? Whose YouTube channel? My niece just saw you for the first time. She loves your Opa Kruger beer. Well, thank you so much. Yes, that's Paul Kruger. That's the idea here. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, Johan. Okay, so Chris Bodenhorst, I've done what I can here, but I don't really have control over that. It's getting crazy out there, says Rob. Yeah, no, it is. That's not a feed, Derek. That's a video. So that's the problem. People are sending video. But I had half a dozen people who told me they're going to be present on the ground and that they would share. Who's this now? Okay, copy link. I'm testing the links before I put them up. But half a dozen people told me they're going to be there. Obviously, for their own safety, people didn't go. And as a consequence, I'm not getting the live feeds and interviews that were anticipated. I'm holding out on 2 people, neither of whom have called in yet. One, Winston has sent an audio file, but that was a long time ago. I'm not getting updates and feeds from him. Folks, you're listening to Chris White Africa on the Indaba Africa channel, and I'm trying to give you live coverage of events unfolding in Senekal. This is Sightlanders again. It's the same thing. So I don't know. People keep giving me this Sightlanders feed. It's not particularly helpful. There's nothing happening there. It's boring. Once you actually get video footage of the town. I was talking about the Sightlanders feed you were showing on their YouTube stream. It's fine. Yeah, okay, but people were getting buffering. Weza JVR says, thanks for time looking to South Africa. You're most welcome. I've been doing it for a long time. The police have abandoned their posts. Well, there's a shocker. John Burton says, the beard's epic. Lekker bar, Ubai. Thank you. Yeah, Malema was allowed to go into the court. Isn't that interesting? Thank you for that update, Jean-Marie Cope. Julius Malema was allowed to enter the court, but South African farmers were denied entry to the court last week and then surged into the court and were accused of being lots of things. Winston's on Loving Life. Okay, well, thanks for that, Rolf. Well, there you go. Well, that's Winston's prerogative. That's his privilege. He didn't tell me. I understood that Winston was going to be there, so I'll take the hit on that because I was told he was going to be there, and I asked him. He said he was going to be there, and I understood he was going to give me feeds. So great. Well, thanks, Winston. All right. Well, appreciate it. All right. So Winston was one of the people that had promised was going to provide me interviews and live feeds, and that's not happening. So, well, good for him. There you go, folks. You want to watch Winston? Go watch Loving Life. Apparently, he's on there. Anyway, back to the conversation here. So it looks like all the people who promised me that they were going to offer coverage from Senekal have not come through. So almost feels like a setup. Well, folks, that's great that you're all watching those channels. That's fantastic. I appreciate it. Go enjoy them. From people that really have little insight into geopolitics, but that's your privilege, that's your prerogative. Anyway, beautiful diffusing the situation that was volatile by farmers while EFF tried to push them back. Respect, done with dignity. Thanks, Stephanie, for sharing that. That's awesome. Let me go back and put the Sightlanders feed back on, but the Sightlanders feed is, again, it's the same thing, folks. It's just a bunch of boors in a very quiet spot, and we're just seeing well-behaved folks, but there's nothing really to see here. So back to the Sightlanders feed I'll put up for just a moment, but I'm not finding any better feeds. Anybody's got them. There you go.
But I don't know if Aaron told you, in the main street there in front was a lot of protesters running up and down. The tension cooled down a little bit. I don't want to go too far. That's an interesting thing to name. That Jan is a very common name in South Africa. So every time someone calls Jan, 5 guys turn around and look, which I'm one of them. Dankie julle, mooi bly. Things seem to calm down. And look down a little bit. Yeah, the police did calm them down. Thank you. Yeah, so SAP doing their job so far. Very nice. Thank you very much for you guys doing that. So let's look like. Here we go. Jan Republic, nee, ek is nie Jan Republic nie. Jan Braai, ek stop nie daai Jan nie. I'm not that Jan. But guys, thank you for the support, the prayers. You guys have no idea how much it means to us and how much it helps. So we can move back, sorry for the shake. Step. Here we go. Okay, on. Okay, welcome back, guys. Okay. Krijg of me iemand op camera, alsjeblieft? Interview? Ja. Vrouw.
One of our members went in now to the camp.
Goedemiddag. Ek weet nie. Ek was nou sê net maar so 'n uur of wat terug daar gewees. Klomp mense. Bakkie staan, baie mense. Hulle toe ek 'n boodskap gekry wat gesê het hulle kom af hiernatoe toe hulle hoor van wat nou hier aan is.
Maar jy is nie abon.
Ek het hulle nou net dat ek weet hulle het nou opgeloop en ek dink dit was dalk om hulle te gaan ontmoet omdat hulle op pad af is. So ek vermoed hulle is.
Dis agternag.
Hæ?
Moet ons ook gaan.
Dan moet ons ook eintlik gaan. Dit is vir my te moeilik om hier te staan, dan wil ek nou eintlik al opgaan. Want kyk daar, sien jy, dit lyk asof hulle so intoe beweeg en so intoe wys en kyk en alles. So ek vermoed my hulle. Ask a cop to go with you. Nee. So I think up the road, then to the right is where the guys, when they heard that the EFF came around the corner, they said they were going to come down, and I think the EFF went up to meet them now. So I wish, maybe I should go check it on the charger. It's still got a lot of battery left. But when we it still does have a few bit battery left, and I'll go check what's actually happening. You know what? I think I should go now. Okay, I'll send it up. We can go check. I'll just come around this corner. Huh? You guys can hear the chopper in the air. Just try and show it to you. There he goes. And if the chopper's flying around there, then I expect that maybe our peeps have met the EFF up there. I guess that's the question on why. That's why we split up. This is a rock. Nou, hier is ons stoep.
Sien alles besig met Julius Malema se
Ja, someone making Lord of the Rings references there. Yes. Reuters. That's Reuters. That is not our friends. They will make any bird look bad. They will make any white person look bad. I don't even want them here. Ja, dankie. Ek sal wakker wees. Yes. Jy? Nee, ek wil nie met daai ouens praat nie. Hulle sal jou enigiets laat sleg lyk. En dit sal vir my te moeilik wees om met 'n Reuters joernalis te praat sonder om hom sleg te sê. What Jan's asking me if I want to do an interview with a Reuters guy, and I do not. That farmer, you should speak to that guy. That's a proper. Yeah, I know. The guy just said on the chat. Yeah, you know, as I'm here, I have to hou myself in. There's a good Afrikaans way of saying it. You know, I still don't say exactly what I want to say, but that's okay. Now the choppers are checking us out. Okay, I think I'm going to go and see if I can see what's around the corner, guys. And then, sal jy net die kar check asseblief? Ja, asseblief. As hulle weet, as hulle gaan op die kant terug, dan gaan ons terug. As jy daar sê. Moet jy gaan daar? Ja, is reg. Maak net seker die kar moet sluit en alles. Reg. Okay, I'm just going to move up, see if I can't see anything else. I want to go from the side because there's obviously something going on in the front there. And by the time I'm back, we'll have the drone battery will be ready. By the time I'm back, the drone battery will be ready, and then we'll be able to check. Okay, I'm gonna jog. Good thing you guys are on a gimbal. Good thing you guys are on a gimbal. Let's go check if we can find our friends. Oh no, he can't go through. Yeah, he can. Maybe. No, it's slow.
Look at the track record of us and the EFF since 1994 and the ANC since 1994, and you will see who is the peaceful people, the EFF or the Boers.
Last question to you, Colonel. Are you worried about rural safety in general? Because it's not only white farmers that are getting murdered, it's also farm workers.
People in towns also. So we are worried about our whole nation that's being wiped out. I mean, farm murders, 3,700 farm murders since 1994. But 60,000 people in general killed in South Africa since 1994. That didn't happen in any other country in this world.
Thank you, Colonel. We appreciate the time. That's retired Colonel Frans Jooste chatting to us outside the Senekal Magistrates Court. If I just paint the picture for you here, we're about 3-4 meters away from where the barbed wire has been erected to try and keep these two groups away from each other. A little bit earlier, we saw the EFF edging slowly but surely towards the barbed wire. Police presence remains very, 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 very heavy in the area. We're just behind a police inyala here with public order police members monitoring the situation. I would say at this point in time we have a group of several hundred that are gathered on the other side of the barbed wire on this, if you could call it the farmers contingent of this protest here.
Let's, of course, leave it there for now with you, Nicolaus Bauer, as we take you to...
That's where our peeps are. I don't know why this thing's a bit skew. Hello. Weirdo. Weirdo. I hope I don't start the war. I hope I don't start the war. Yeah. I thought they wouldn't like that. Okay, let me send up the drone. Let's see what we can see there.
Thanks, Jaco. But I've been in touch with Dennis Ross, and I haven't heard back from him all week. So thank you.
No, I did just upset them.
McKenna and Kana, racism will not be tolerated. Yeah, exactly. So tell Julius Malema to get down. Foot sec.
That's our way out. There's no other way out. Let's see, I don't think they'll stop these bikers though. I just said there's no way out. And here these guys are going to make a hole. Let's see what they do.
Gotta love the bikers. Gotta love the bikers, folks.
Well, they let them pass actually. I guess so.
Much social distancing.
One guy's got a branch. Be careful.
Drones flying overhead.
Yeah, I would not drive into that. They just threw that one guy off his bike.
Well, there's a violent assault. Look at that. There it goes. There we go. There we go.
Up.
Guys, I'd get back.
Now. They threw the one guy off his bike.
And the cop's running away.
Yeah. They threw the one guy off the bike. And I don't know what's going on now. Ja, en hulle bring ons hier in sonder wapens. I have to be here without my firearm. It's not comfortable.
Watch them scatter like they did at Maracana.
I can see these twee manne, hy lus vir hulle.
Folks, it's a very tense, very dangerous situation we see unfolding in Senekal right now. Where are the police? Where are the military?
I don't know if you can see through the bushes over there. No, you can see the one Nyala. That's
Ah, the Nyala's hiding back there.
That's what I expect our people. These guys just upset them. Now I think it might be on again.
Oh, there's a motorcyclist.
Whoa. Rocks.
This is actually not very helpful, folks.
You can be happy for that handguard. That would have hurt the speakers. Those are the first rocks I've seen today.
Rocks are being thrown now, folks. Rocks are now being thrown.
You know the Buddha are stuck in here. They're throwing rocks. Check. Stuck.
That's right, Julius Malema's thugs. Peaceful demonstration in my ass.
Now the thing is they should check the other side.
Yanni Fundeveld says ticking time bomb. This is a ticking time bomb. We're moments away from bloodshed here.
They want to get through there, and the other bikers are waiting on the other side.
Moments away from bloodshed,
Chopper
folks.
in the air. Through him with a rock. The cops aren't doing a great job of keeping people apart.
Cops aren't doing anything. Aren't doing anything right now. Useless saps. Absolutely useless, feckless. No value whatsoever added to society. Mr. Gray says, pray for our country. Indeed. It's definitely what's needed right now. General Flables is nervous. Something's bad's gonna happen. Yes, something bad is gonna happen.
The guy just catches it, waves it at him. But that guy, he's not scared. The guy's standing there with his foot. Caught the bottle out the air.
Grant says that Malema, they found an unlicensed firearm and he wasn't arrested.
Yep. Skateboarding helmets earlier. Now it's starting to make a better sense. Ja, amper. Laksom, half a brick.
Oh, look at the rocks coming. Look at all those rocks being thrown at these people just peacefully standing around. Media. Rocks being thrown at the media.
Okay, and they're running that side. Check this big one. Oops, against his bike. This is lively, guys. This is lively.
Exactly, Vernon Nylager. Why are the SAPs not getting engaged with these people who are committing violence? This is live, Swear DJ. This is a live feed. It's from Sightlander.
Sorry for that. Okay, guys, the gimbal just went.
The camera's out of control now. The gimbal's broken.
Sorry for all the shaky shakes.
Well, just hold it so we can see, man.
We're back. Sorry for all the shakes. Now they're moving in.
If they keep coming in this direction, these vehicles are going to be trashed and burned.
I don't need that.
If the cops do not intervene here, all these vehicles are going to get torched.
I'm afraid. I can't do both.
Vernon's correct. The farmers and the media aren't showing rocks. That's just the EFF. Welcome, La Vagnabota says very much a tipping point right now as a South African. We are so over this. 26 years of brutality in this country. How much longer? Yep.
Relaxed.
Nicholas Barado is asking the obvious question, where are the police? Order to stand down so the EFF can harm people.
Today might end and things be calm, but I'm telling you.
It's not looking promising. And this is just one spot, folks. There are lots of other places things are taking place.
Huh?
We don't know what happened to the bikers. One was pulled from his bike. We don't know if he got out or what.
Don't mix races. It's not a good idea.
All right,
Moral
well,
of the story, guys.
no, that's nonsense, reporter from Sightlanders. Don't mix races. That's your bigotry doesn't need to come in here. See, that's the danger, folks. That's coming from the Sightlanders feed. Don't mix races. Obviously,
check the language in the groups, in the chat, guys.
yeah.
Check
So that implies he's basically stating that all black South Africans behave like this. It's simply not the case. This is EFF. This is EFF. This isn't all black South Africans. Do not be denigrating other South Africans with that nonsense. Yeah, Trouble Silsky says, as soon as white South Africans do something, then you'll see the police. You're right. Then they'll get involved.
That's a good idea, but what I can tell you is, I thought there'd be a lot more police.
Well, again, as he says, he thinks there are a lot more police. I told you on the 6th of October they were completely unprepared for this, and they're not prepared now. Well, Steve, you think go watch... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no helicopter footage. I had some earlier, Linke. One image, but we're just not getting it now.
Ja, maar moet niet te rechts gaan ook net nie. Okay, nee, is reg. Ek sal nog iemand kry. Okay, guys, battery is starting to become an issue. So I'm going to
Well, then you should have brought a backup battery, and you're in the media. Come on, man. How can you be in the media and not have a backup battery? I went to the mountains of Wyoming and carried 7 backup batteries from my media up into the mountains.
But we'll stay filming. I'm going to give it till the phone
Tunis
goes to
Henselman
10%.
makes a very good point. No ANC, no Inkatha Freedom Party, no African Christian Democratic Party, just the EFF.
I don't want to lose this now.
Swear MD said it was all black people, there'd be millions here, and you're right, that's the case. The reporter is terrible. So I'm offering a commentary over top of that. His bigotry is unnecessary. Mafundisya, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you paying attention here? This is me commenting. Let me help you out here very quickly, Mafundisya. Okay, let me help you out. This is a feed from a media feed, from Sightlanders Media, because SABC can't be bothered to cover this event. So I'm only able to get a live feed from alternative media because my journalists didn't show up on the scene because they were threatened, their lives were endangered. So they didn't go to the scene. So no one here is saying that. That's the reporter from that media, from Sightlanders. And I've already disclaimed that, saying it's wrong, and I don't agree with it. So do you want to listen to the video with me simply commenting? Or do you want to hear the live feed when the rocks are being thrown? So stop the nonsense. I've already disavowed that and said go away with it. Pay attention to what's going on here. This is my channel, Chris Wyatt Africa. I'm talking right now, and in the background is the journalist, the reporter from Sightlanders, who's having difficulty with his gimbal, who's telling people not to mix, who's saying all sorts of things. That's the feed. That's what I have. That's what I can go with.
That is why they had different groups in different areas. Okay, dankie.
But
Yeah, the power bank's on the way. Power bank's on the way. Choppers flying lower and lower. Is some yank mirroring my stream? That's okay. I'm happy for all the numbers on our stream, but if someone's mirroring it, I guess that's okay. The idea is everyone should see. This is just so that you know, the stream is from Sightlanders. Just so that you know. Google Sightlanders and find out about us.
And there you go, folks.
We're
This
the
feed
guys
is from
who have
Sightlanders,
seen
as I
this kind of
said.
Stuff coming for about 20 years.
Andre, he said don't mix races. That's what he said. We're not going to parse what he said.
We're sitting
I
on
got his intent.
16,000 viewers. That's fantastic. Thank you for everyone watching. Thank you for the support. Could be doing something else, but doing this. Thanks a lot. It means a lot. Power bank's on the way because I see the phone says 10%. We don't want to lose this stream. I'm going to take you off the gimbal and then just hold you at normal. I hope that works okay. Just so we can see. I don't know what happened there. That's pretty random though. Must have come from a street pole somewhere. I cannot. I see all the bikers on the other side of the big EFF bundle, and they seem to all be there. I don't see any biker now in the middle. Just for those who've just joined, the bikers tried to drive through them and they threw the one off his bike and they started throwing rocks and stones and bricks and stuff.
Ons is hier om een ding met een doel. En Malema gaan sê ons is nou weg want ons bang voor. Ek Petrus, ek is hier vir ons Suid-Afrikaanse mense, ons boere en ons plaaswerkers. Nou as ons gaan miskien nie daar so soon toe nie.
What they are standing against. Unfortunately not that much. Yeah. Just want to get my car out of here.
Probably a wise move to get your car out of there. Let's take a break from that feed from Sightlanders, and let me address some of the nonsense going on in the chat. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but you trolls just piss off. You have no business on the channel. Go away. Go bother Loving Life. Go to Loving Life and harass them. That's your enemy there.
Ons is hier om een ding met een doel. En Malema gaan sê ons is nou weg want ons bang voor. Ek Petrus, ek is hier vir ons Suid-Afrikaanse mense, ons boere en ons plaaswerkers. Nou as ons gaan miskien nie daar so soon toe nie, hulle gaan dink ons is nou bang gaan. Nou dis hoekom ek self vir ek Petrus Ramaphosa is bang vir my. Dis Ramaphosa hy is nie hier nie. Hy's weg. Ek weet nie waarom toe maar hy's weg. Dink ek hulle was dink ek hulle is nie hier nie. Minister of Land Affairs is nie hier so. Ek Petrus ek is hier so vir julle mense. Alman van hulle. I'm going to unite the South African people today. I'm here. If Malema he want to come and kill you, he must start with me first. Yes. En weet wat maakt my hart seer? Elke dag jy hoor plaasmoord. Hierdie mense hulle doen fokol want hulle slaap gehad. Weet ek hulle doen fokol want hulle slaap gehad. Dis hoekom ek is hier so. Ek kan praat miskien later saam met julle. We are going. I'm going to plead all South African, even Donald Trump. Alman van hulle moet vir ons help. Ons gaan nuwe police security of farmers. Want ons polisie is korrup. Ons polisie is korrup. Now you can't trust. You can't trust into those people to defend our farmers because those people are corrupt themselves. Now I'm pleading to all the South African. I'm going to do it. Not ek Petrus alleen nie, ons almal. En ons is een. Met swart, geel, pink, ons is almal. Daar's hoekom ek sê asseblief mense, kom staan sterk vandag. En ek weet dis Malema gaan niks van ons doen nie. Want hy's bang gehad vir Petrus. Baie dankie. Sy Petrus.
All right, folks. Yeah, so back to this. Okay, still waiting for someone to call in. I've just got another person who says on the ground, but they have yet to call in, so I don't know what's going on with that. Okay. No one calling in. People keep telling me they're calling in. Anyway, folks. Yeah, so that was, I'll put the stream back on here just a second, but I'm going to leave the volume off for a minute because the Sightlanders, yeah, they got a big audience, but what they're saying isn't necessarily the best. Oh, look at that. They've frozen up. Shocker, shocker, shocker. Yeah, a lot of people tuned into that stream, so let's see if I can't get a live. No, it is live. That's it. Their battery must have died. That'd be my guess. So we're going to stop that stream, and we'll try to find you another stream, folks. Trying to find you another stream. Sightlanders have frozen up. They are gone. I'm guessing his battery died. Yep, I'm guessing his battery died there. So what's this one? This is that's from a long time ago. Wow, lots of commentary coming across on those other channels, folks. Lots of commentary. Anyway, folks, thanks for tuning in. You're listening to coverage of the events unfolding in Senekal, South Africa. This is Chris on Indaba, Africa. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate you being with the channel right now. For the folks who viewed it, let's get some more footage in here of events unfolding. I've got some more coming in. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to find this right now and the video. Okay. There's another video. And of course, for people who are saying that Julius Malema didn't show up, in fact, Julius Malema did show up, folks. In fact, I think this is a video of him right here, right now. So let's go with this one. I'll get this up in just a moment. Give me a moment to download this, and I'll get it up here. But yeah, Julius Malema has shown up. He, in fact, is there in Senekal. So for those who are saying he hasn't shown up, you're mistaken. He showed up to great fanfare, and apparently there's reports that he actually was able to enter the courthouse. I don't know if that's true. I've seen no images of it, but people are reporting that he's entered the courthouse. Anyway, so, yep, here we go. Let's get this one here.
And here we have it. I'm literally 5 meters from the EFF line that is confronting the farmers in Senekal. As you can see, riot police are right in front of them. And there I hear bikes revving in the background. The EFF have turned around. The bikers are coming out from one of the other side streets. The EFF are turning around. These guys are obviously spoiling for a fight. Very aggressive towards myself as well. Temperatures are rising in more than one way in Senekal today.
If you got that, please share it. Yeah, so that'd be great, Black Farmer. Okay, so waiting for people to come on. Still not happening, folks. Trying to get you another feed here. There are other feeds out there, but some are unreliable. So just let me see which I can come up with, folks. Yeah, the Sightlanders is done. People keep sending links to Sightlanders. Stop, folks. That's dead. They ran out of battery. Anyway, yeah, so thanks for those subscribing, those who are tuning in. Wow, folks, we're up to nearly 4,000 people currently watching it. Francois said, check your Twitter. I sent you a video. Okay, I'll get to Twitter. Okay, I have been looking at my Twitter feed, but thank you for that one very quickly. Okay, I'll check my mail on Twitter. Thanks for that. We'll see what we get coming in, folks. Yeah, there's some really tense situations taking place in Senekal at the moment, folks. Absolutely the case. Lots happening there. Thank you all for subscribing. Lots of people subscribing right now. You're listening to Chris White Africa on the Indaba Africa channel. We're giving you live coverage of events taking place in South Africa. Someone sent me a link here. Okay. Oh, there's the video. Okay, what's this one here? So I'm trying to get to this. Yeah, we're trying to cover what's going on. Try William Petzer. Well, I don't have William's permission, and I know, you know, I hadn't really No, okay, the link you sent me is, Sarah, the link that was sent to me is just Sightlanders, and it's useless. They've already stopped transmitting. What's disgraceful, Professor Shiluvuana? What's disgraceful? Biker pulled off his bike, live feeds on the other channel. Well, Charles, then go to Loving Life. Feel free. 506, you're welcome to go there. You know. Okay. What else? Jay Dupe said, heard they're seeing Kill the Boar. Thank you for the super chat. Let me catch up on the chat here very quickly here. I'm here. The leaders are not. They are scared. Okay. He also said that if Malema wants to start killing, he must kill him first. Ooh, yeah. Like I said, folks, it's not a black and white issue. That's the lies told by the mainstream media. This is not about black and white. This is about totalitarian, fascist, and black supremacist. That's what this is about. That's not black South Africans. It's a very small percentage of people in the EFF and members of the ANC. Not all, but many members. They are the black supremacists. They are the totalitarian fascists who are afraid of all South Africans, white, black, Asian. Okay, enough. Stop bombing the chat there, Sfifix, or you're going to be blocked. Okay? All right, well, that's fine. You're going to be taken out. I warned you. You're not listening. Okay? And you've been taken out. There you go. And if you keep it up, you'll be blocked. Okay, you've been timed out. This is not your place to do that. You want to do that, create your own channel and just go spread your things. We got the message. Once was enough. Very bad tax and part of the Sightlanders getting themselves boxed into dead end. Your comments. Ooh, good question. That's a very good point there. So the madman says, yeah, very stupid of them. I did warn people that you had to have a proper egress. You had to have a plan. You can't be taking those vehicles into town. Look at all those cars right there by those homes. They're all very likely to be torched and damaged. I mean, the rocks being thrown. There's no plan there whatsoever. This is ridiculous. The Sightlanders are supposed to be this great prepper group that has these plans in place, and this is their media guy. This is what they're putting up there. This is how they defend. This is what's going on. You gotta scratch your head, folks. What's going on here? That's not a very solid plan. It's not a very smart plan that you get yourself in that position. And I appreciate the bikers, and the bikers are wonderful, but I don't understand why the bikers, some bikers have driven into a crowd like that. Not a wise move. Also, you know, you got bikers revving their engines, and there's like 6 of them, and there's at least 2,000 people 150 meters from them. Not very wise, folks. This is just getting yourselves into a bad situation. It's not smart. It's not wise. Here's Jay Dupes has given another super chat. He says, EFF throwing rocks at the boar and someone pushed the boar off a bike. Oh, it's more than 5 minutes ago. It's about 25 minutes ago. But thank you for that. All lives are down. Yeah, I think the networks are getting flooded in the Senekal area, folks. Bear in mind, too, Senekal is a town of 25,000 people, right? There's 25,000 people that live there. It's not exactly like Johannesburg, where you have all these multiple redundant towers. So it's very easy for the networks to get saturated, and I think that might be part of what's going on here. But again, I'm still not getting any calls in from people who promised they'd be calling in. Okay, so... All right, so Ernst von Silas told me that the speeches are over. Yep, so hopefully he'll be calling in, because he did promise he'd call in to me, but he's got work to do because he works for AfroForum. So he's the one person that what's this? Willem Petzer. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess I'll give you a little bit of Willem Petzer here, guys, since you want that. All streams are down. If you have saying, provoke, hope farmers stay calm. Yeah. No, the EFF's a bunch of turds, so I wouldn't worry about that. If anyone's posted anything online, then... okay, folks, we're going to have Ernst von Saal, the conscious Carrick, will be calling here in just a minute. Waiting for that. Okay, so just a moment, we'll have Ernst von Saal, waiting for him to call in. He will be joining us. Okay, cool beans. And we'll get an update from someone actually on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Ernst von Saal, the conscious Carrick, will be with us in just a moment, waiting for him to call in. Excited about that. Finally going to call in. Now, Ernst is not one of the people who's let me down. Ernst... did not promise to call in ahead of time. He offered that he'd be able to call in when there's a chance. Could be a jammer, says Jeff Batt. Could also be the networks. Folks, it's a lot of data. I mean, people are streaming video. Think of the thousands of people who are on their mobiles streaming this data. It's a big deal. Quite a bit of activity. If you know anything about telecommunications, it takes a lot of distributed data and networks in order to make this sort of thing come off without... Okay, here we go. Ernst von Saal is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get him on the channel, folks. This will be Ernst von Saal, the conscious Carrick, coming to us live from Senekal. He's just listened to all the speeches there in what I imagine was an orderly procession. We did see the black farmer there. I don't know that gentleman's name. Ernst, waiting for him to come in. Your camera's not on and your mic is not on yet, Ernst. Folks, Ernst von Saal trying to call in and join us on the stream, so hopefully he'll get in here. That's not encouraging. Didn't work. Okay, all right. That was short-lived. Hopefully he can try again. That was interesting. Okay, so we'll see if he gets back here. But folks, we're waiting for Ernst von Saal to come back, the Conscious Caracal. Where are you from base currently? Heinz Smith, I am currently in Pennsylvania. I'm a U.S. Army retired colonel, full-board colonel. I retired in October 2019 after 36.5 years in the U.S. Army. I've served 3 tours in Germany, once as a private, as an NCO in the Cold War, then as a lieutenant and captain, a company grade officer as the Cold War ended, and then later as a lieutenant colonel, field grade officer at the U.S. Africa Command. So I served at Bad Kreuznach in Hanau, Gelnhausen, and Stuttgart, Germany. I served a tour in Italy in Vicenza. And then I've served in Africa in Tunisia, Liberia, Botswana, Malawi, Niger, Mauritania, Uganda, and Ethiopia. I've lived in all those countries and worked in all those places. In Africa, I've done peacekeeping, counterintelligence, professional military education, respect for civil authority, rule of law. I've also done health programs, including things like fighting Ebola, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, run HIV programs all over the country. Ernst is coming back in now. So as he comes back in, I'll keep telling you, I'm a published author in academic circles. I have a forthcoming book from Stellenbosch University that's coming out on the 1st of, in January of 2021. And that's coming up. So that's a little bit about me. I was an intelligence officer and a regional specialist for Africa. And I worked at the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency. I wrote intelligence products for the President of the United States. I'm a commercial journalist as well. I've also published on rugby. You'll find Rugby Ascendant. It's a segment on my channel. Ernst is trying to come in, but the connection is not coming. So folks, we'll be patient for him. Okay, well, someone needs to take Nadine Nagel out. Remove Nadine Nagel. Thank you. Piss off. Go to site. You know, if you can't find Loving Life on your own, then you're an idiot. Go look for it elsewhere. SABC broadcast even said that the farmers are talking war, while clearly that was not the case. No, it's not the case, Stefan. It's utter nonsense. The war talk is coming from EFF. They're the ones throwing rocks at people and toying and putting people's lives in jeopardy, while the saps sit by and do nothing. But back to the discussion I was sharing. For some reason, Ernst is not able to call in. I'm guessing because his networks are saturated. Yeah. Okay. Let me do this again. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to resend him the link. Ernst is not getting in. So let me drop Ernst off. Actually, I'm going to end the whole thing for everybody. And folks, the camera's going to drop off for a minute, so hang on there. And I'm going to come back, okay? I don't want to cancel. Oh, this stupid Zoom. Your camera's not on, Ernst. I'm going to, okay. Okay. Sorry, folks. Zoom is not working well here. Okay, I've just ended my camera, so hang on. I'm going to start a new one. Okay, just a moment. Yeah, somebody said, where's the tactical satellite dish when you need one? Absolutely, folks. That is the bottom line there. Okay. Okay. All right, so try that, Ernst. All right, so I've started a new session. Hopefully he'll get in here. What's this? Beckett, Seeley, and Malema sitting next to one another. Yeah, there you go. That's all you need to know. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. The gangster and the terrorist right next to each other, folks. I'm going to bring that up. This is a telling image. Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe we'll get him now. Hopefully the network's working. Hopefully it was just a Zoom issue. But Ernst von Saal, his camera is not on. His audio is trying to connect. It's got to be the network connection here. So I've started a new session, and we're not getting Ernst. This is crazy, folks. Just not working. I don't know why, but that's disappointing. So once again, Sightlanders is live again. Okay, well, we'll bring that up, but I'm going to keep the audio down because I don't want to hear their nonsense. No, Beth, that's right. I don't have access to DSTV. I had it in Africa, and I overpaid for it, and but I had it. It looks like Ernst is not coming in, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, so that's it. I guess we're probably gonna have to give up on Ernst coming in. So much for that. Thank you for trying to come in there, Ernst von Saal. I really appreciate it. But yeah, let me get back to that feed with the Sightlanders folks and see if it's still out there. Okay, if they're back up, they must have got a battery there. But I did want to bring this up. The two gangsters, the gangster and the terrorist, the domestic terrorist here. No, this is not Sightlanders is up. This is 3 hours ago, folks. This is not current, unless they put another stream up. Let me check and see it. Okay. I think maybe they are. Okay. Yeah, they started streaming 5 minutes ago. I'll bring Sightlanders back up in just a moment, folks. And we'll get them up here in just a moment. Yeah, so let me go ahead. I want to bring this picture up of the gangster. This is the gangster and the domestic terrorist here, Julius Malema and Bekele. That's what we're talking about, folks. This is a very telling image. This one should be all over the world in the international media. Let's make sure that is actually Bekele. Is that actually him? It sure looks like him in the black jacket there. Is that actually him? It's definitely the terrorist, Julius Malema. What's he doing? By the way, how come there are no white folks allowed in the building? I see no white South Africans allowed in that courtroom. What's that all about? You notice that, folks? What is that all about? What is that all about? Malcolm, Senekal doesn't have 4G. Yeah, there you go. Exactly right. That's part of the problem. Their drone is up. Sightlanders is down. Sightlanders is up. Dieter Spooker is here. Looks like there are jammers in Senekal. All lives are down. Yeah, no, the Sightlanders went down because their battery died. They didn't plan very well for something they knew was going to last for hours long, folks. We're already in this nearly 2 hours. They've been up for 3 hours. All right, so there's the terrorists and the gangsters themselves. Let me go ahead and switch over and give you the feed now, folks. This is live, and here we go.
I'm just going to quickly turn silent. We're trying to figure out if it's Julius Malema speaking.
Okay, 5.5. That's great.
Now, here's some smart people getting their vehicles out of there, evacuating. That's clever.
If it got too hectic, the police will let us through there. They should.
Yes, that is Julius. Yes, Julius is speaking there at their site. Yeah. Ja, so we're just quickly getting the drone up. En dan gaan ons weer die drone vlieg.
Good job, moderators. I just saw you take another troll out. Well done.
Die portals ongelooflik baie buite Senekal. Regtig baie. Ons het gisterand gery. We drove at night last night, and so it was about maybe about 15 kilometers. Maybe roughly about 8 miles. There was completely potholes. Some of them were actually closed by some sand, which we presume would be the nearby farmers and community, but we don't know.
So a question was asked here by Dirk Smith: are CIA and NSA good guys? Yeah, there's plenty of good people in the CIA and NSA. They do wonderful things. They make the world safe for a lot of people. But yeah, actions by the CIA haven't always been on the money. The NSA, yeah, absolutely good. The NSA has probably saved tens, if not hundreds of thousands of lives, if not millions during the Cold War by keeping our government informed on what the Soviet threat was doing. And in the post-Cold War, they've played a major impact. I worked in the National Security Agency. It's a national treasure. But their job is complicated by the advance of technology. It's difficult to keep up with technology to be able to do things. Now, I don't know where these guys from Sightlanders have gone and why people want to see the Sightlanders feed. This is boring. There's nothing happening. They've run so far away from events that we can't see anything. Shack Dweller's gone for some reason. I don't know why you're leaving Shack Dweller. Anyway, shame to see you go. It's basically a riot zone. I'm sure the coverage has been tempered with people's safety. No, this is Sightlanders. Are you sure this is live? Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure it's live. It says live. It's coming from YouTube live. Yeah, why are you asking that question? Amanda DeVette says a white person said what Malema said. They'd be arrested and charged with. Well, they'd be charged with inciting violence and terrorism. I'm surprised with how organized all the farmers are in the town. They're scattered everywhere. Yeah, it's a good point. There's a lot going on. Here goes a drone. He's about to put the drone up. Let's see what's going on. And if he switches over to that, that'd be great. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hallo Tannie.
Hallo Tannie.
Tannie laat ons toe op haar stoep. Okay, kyk as jy die skerm kan sien.
The guys, we just going to try. It's
No, I was just waiting for the GPS.
We can try.
Now, folks, bear in mind, these drones only last for about 15 minutes on the battery, so it won't last long.
Apologize for that.
Okay, waiting for the GPS. It's taking a bit longer than I thought. Baie dankie Tannie. Dankie Tannie. Is dit vir Tannie hier?
And there you go. Their feed is down. And there you go, folks. Their feed is down. Keeps happening. Either jammers or bandwidth network saturation, which I probably think is more likely to be the case. But people are saying that.
Sorry, just someone phoned me again.
Okay, people are saying that it's
Okay,
behind.
so
It's not behind. That's a live feed. The feed in YouTube is delayed, so you're not seeing this as they send it up. There you go.
We've got lots of battery. That's great. As you can see, there's the church. Yo, where are they? See, the streets are empty. Where are they?
Yeah.
Allemaal daar by die boere. And you see there at the top, I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm just going to start the recording so that we have this. Maak het seker is ingeplak. It's okay, okay.
So I control there. Alright.
See that there in the front? That's where we were, where you see the cars now. See, there's the big group where they. It's a much smaller group now. It just looks smaller than from the air. But that's where they threw the biker off his bike. And then there at the top, I see the cars are turning around. I see that lorry. There's lots of trucks that want to come through, but they have to turn around. But I don't see our people. Okay, but this will give us an easy way out. We'll be able to get out of here. So all the EFF is over there. All the EFF are over there. Can't see on this thing. Okay, I hope you guys can see all right. Okay. I don't see any of the other Boere at all. So it's just us here. So there's a few people down there, big group over there, but it's also dispersed a lot. So I'm going to just find us a way out and we can get out of here. Let's just see where we are. Ja, sien, so ons kan nou daar deur ry. We can go through there. Eric! Okay. Sorry Eric, ek joke net. Maar moenie nou, mense moenie my nou bel nie. It's nou 'n bietjie hectic. Alright, so definitely since we've left, what happened earlier has definitely calmed down. So I know how to get back to our farm from here, and I think I'm going to do that because I'm a little, you know, I'm hot now and lots of sun. Erik, sien jy trap hulle vir Erik uit. Erik, ek joke net, sorry ou. Jy mag my maar gewoonlik bel. Antwoord vir Erik sê Wernie. Sorry, I don't have the time. I can't now. Otherwise I have to stop flying the drone. Erik, what's he?
We should change the...
Oh, he says, oh, it's urgent.
We should change the 8 Frikkie to 8 Erik.
Well, yeah. So there you go.
Sorry guys, just technical.
Dankie Erik, ek hoor jou.
Beth is correct. All of these feeds go to the U.S. Not just my feed. Everybody's feed is coming back to servers in the U.S. because you can't rely on computers in South Africa with YouTube. So it's all live. People keep saying it's not live. You're mistaken. It is live. It's just that it isn't instantaneous. If you watch YouTube, you don't realize that nothing is actually the moment that you hear it. Everything you're hearing me say is delayed at least 3 seconds at a minimum with ultra low latency. But normally it's up to 30 seconds. And so you see their feed is frozen there. So bear in mind that these feeds are coming from this device. Oh, come on. Now that's dead again. So let's drop that off the screen. So bear in mind that these feeds are coming off of someone's mobile or off of their feed. It's going to the mobile network, transmitted through cables, undersea, to a server in the United States, processed there, sent back, all the way back in the same fashion. And in my case, it goes back there, then it comes back to America, then it comes through mine. So you're getting a little bit of delay. Okay, looks like they're back up now. They got their act back together. Let's get them back on the channel here. This is live. You can see it. Well, you can't see the red button, but I trust you. Trust me, it's alive, folks.
Thank you everybody for your prayers and your support. I really appreciate them.
Right. Vihan Peters points out there's even a delay in radio.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating to listen to people complain about delays. There's always delays. You have no idea. If you're not in broadcast, you don't know. There are always delays. Because you're watching something another channel doesn't mean it's. Try watching a football game, soccer, on DSTV, then watch it on another feed from another network, and watch it on the internet, and you'll find that you'll get 3 different pictures all at the same moment. All of them are live because the way video and audio is transmitted over networks and even over the radio. So keep that in mind, folks. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if I can. Okay, what's this? Okay, yeah, okay, that'll work. Okay, let me go ahead and get him. Let me get Ernst von Saal now on, he's going to call me on WhatsApp. So let's do that. Let me get that going here, folks. Make sure we can make this happen. Okay. Let me try. This is not what I want here. I'm trying to get Ernst von Saal here. Let me see if I can get him. Okay. Okay. So I'm calling Ernst von Saal, the conscious caracal, right now, folks.
Hello, Chris. I can hear you now.
All right, brilliant. Hey, how's it?
It's going good, man. All gathering just concluded, but I'll be able to give you the heads up on that. Yeah, sorry about the Zoom, man. I don't know what's going on there. Not getting any sound there from your side, so we're going to have to do it this way.
You know, I think the networks are saturated. We have thousands of people in Senekal trying to broadcast in a town that only has 25,000 residents, and it doesn't have 5G. So I'm sure that the networks are saturated. That's what the problem is.
All right. So are we live already or not?
You are live right now. I'm holding my mobile up in front of the screen.
Excellent. Cool. So I can give you a little bit of an overview about what's happened today.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I was here at the gathering just on the side of Senekal that AfriForum organized, where we were going to peacefully protest farm murders. We weren't there at the epicenter for obvious reasons. And it went very smoothly. We had excellent speeches from Theo de Jager of SAI, the head of the African Farmers Association, also strongly condemning the EFF, interestingly, and also coming out against farm murders. And also Kali Kriel made a speech. And yeah, there were about, let's say, I think over 100 people here at this gathering. So, but that is, I wasn't there at the epicenter there in the middle of town where the EFF is gathering, so I can't give you any information on what's going on there at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's quite chaotic. We've got no major media there reporting, no international media broadcast. There is coverage from a lot of people feeding things. Sightlanders is there, but their commentary was not particularly helpful. And there's other folks who've got some feeds. And we've seen coverage of the EFF toying, throwing rocks at journalists standing around, also at people standing around. Also, some bikers drove into a crowd in the center of town there, and one of the bikers was ripped off. The Nyalas are standing by, not doing anything. The police are not taking any action. I also saw the photograph of your domestic terrorist there, Julius Malema from the Economic Freedom Fighters, who was in the courthouse. He was led into the courthouse. That's interesting. Ernst, are you still there? Ernst?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, I said, so the scene is a bit chaotic, the information we're getting. People are asking me to turn off my member updates. Yeah. I can't. They're not here. So I'm trying to get this to work here. But anyway, so you were...
Unfortunately, yeah, the signal here is not that good, so it's I think weak enough that the wind can blow it away, but I can hear you. Yeah, I think I heard a story that Beke Chele, the Minister of Police, was sitting next to Julius Malema in the court, but I cannot confirm that.
Yeah, no, I have a photograph of that. It looks like Bekele, but it's difficult to tell because he's got a mask on, but it looks like him sitting next to... But what I find fascinating is that Julius Malema is allowed into the courtroom. The photograph I saw wasn't the entire courtroom, but I saw no white South Africans in the courtroom. I don't know if that's intentional or happenstance, but where you were at, how many speakers were there?
There were about 6 speakers.
Okay. So there was...
yeah, and they were...
Go ahead.
Excuse me?
I said, go ahead. Tell us about speakers.
I just wanted to say there were about 6 speakers there. And yeah, the message was one of enough is enough, but also at the same time a message of that we are making great, and this was a Kali Kriel speech, the head of AfriForum. He said that we are making great progress in regards to letting the world know about farm murders, spreading awareness, and also getting our community safety structures up and running and expanding them. And because we are achieving success, this is why we're seeing all this pushback from the EFF and the ANC, because they don't like to see us succeed in this regard, and that's why we're getting all this chaos at the moment.
Well, it's interesting because I haven't seen anything from the ANC in town. If they're present, they're certainly not making their presence known with their colors, but we're seeing EFF colors everywhere.
Yeah, there were ANC there, but it was a very small contingent of them just walking there in the street. So I find it funny that the EFF were here in so many numbers that they made the ANC look like the fringe party, but the ANC didn't show up in any large numbers. But then also with the EFF here with their little counter protest, I mean, this is an anti-farm murders gathering. So you have to ask the question, what are the EFF counter protesting if that is the reason why people are here in the first place?
No, I think it's a very fair question. I mean, what's the point of the whole thing? The whole thing has been distorted and lied about by Julius Malema, watching him on News Africa, talking about white generals retired. We're not afraid of them. What is he talking about? This is about people's revulsion over the plasmoord taking place in South Africa and the ANC's unwillingness or inability to do anything about it, and the SAP's complete ineptitude. And we see the SAP's ineptitude on display again in Senekal today while they stand around and people throwing rocks and they're not intervening.
No, absolutely. And I think we're going to see a much clearer picture later in the day when more footage comes out. I was too preoccupied now with the speeches and with the event that I was attending, so I wasn't looking at social media, specifically at some of the footage that's coming out, but I will definitely be looking at it now. And we're going to have to see if there's a vehicle burning due to the EFF. We're going to have to see how the media reacts and whether there's the same type of condemnation. But only time will tell. But yeah, it was a very grueling trip to here. There were so many stops, a lot of police presence everywhere, a lot of places where they were searching for weapons and everything. But the gathering that I attended was completely peaceful. There was no type of incendiary rhetoric or any type of hateful rhetoric. Like I said, even the head of the African Farmers Association was there to show his support for the cause and to quite strongly condemn the EFF and their antics just down the road.
Folks, you're listening to The Conscious Caracal, Ernst van Zyl, who has his own channel on YouTube. Check it out, The Conscious Caracal. He's calling into to us live from Senekal, where he's been attending the events unfolding there. He's at the Peaceful Assembly. So, Ernst, very quickly, at the assembly you're at, I know that last time on the 6th of October, we saw lots of black South Africans, farm workers and others, business folks who showed up. Were there black South Africans at the rally listening to the speeches that you were at?
Yeah, I saw colored South Africans there. I also saw black South Africans there, so it was definitely not an all-white gathering.
Exactly, which is that's one of the reasons why we want to make sure that we get alternative media out there to share with the world the truth about what's happening, because we'll just hear lies about it. Interesting enough, I only see EFF supporters in the EFF crowds, nobody else.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a hit piece written about AfriForum this week where the author called AfriForum the white right, but in that same breath he didn't call the EFF the black left, which I found very funny, just to see that bias come to the fore.
That's actually an excellent point there, Ernst, that you point that out. It's very interesting. It's kind of like, it reminds me of Trump. Trump is asked repeatedly why he won't denounce white supremacists 30 seconds after he just denounced white supremacists. And then he says, well, why doesn't anybody ask Joe Biden why he doesn't denounce Antifa? The exact same sort of thing.
No, exactly.
So is it over now? The speeches and such, are people finished? Ernst? We may have lost Ernst, so the signal.
Yes, you broke up a little bit there.
Now, I said that the speeches, are the peaceful speeches over now, and are people returning home, or is anybody filtering towards the center of town? Hopefully not. Whoops, we've lost Ernst there. That's never a good sign. Okay, I'll hang up and recall him and try to get a better connection, folks. The networks are saturated in Senekal, folks. Let me try to call him back real quick. No news other than this photograph I have taken inside the courtroom. Yeah, no, now I can barely hear you. Oh, that's because I don't have a speaker. Here we go. There you go. All right. Are you back? Yeah, I got to remember. Okay.
Blew away my signal for a moment.
Yeah, the wind blew your signal away. No, it's the networks are absolutely saturated. Folks, this is Ernst van Zyl, the Conscious Caracal, who has his own YouTube channel, quite an excellent channel at that. It's back on the channel with me. Ernst, I have a picture of Julius Malema sitting in the courtroom up on the screen right now. I'm just showing it. But anyway, so I was asking, the speeches are over now, and are people headed home or hopefully not headed towards the center of town?
No, people were discouraged from going to the center of are going home now. We've made our point. The gathering was a big success in terms of what we wanted to achieve. We've pretty much announced as well that we will be intensifying our awareness campaign to bring more awareness to farm murders, but also to expand our security networks and rural community safety networks across the country. So people are heading home now. I didn't see any crowd of people moving towards town. We moved in the opposite direction, and now we're heading back to Pretoria.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well, Ernst, thanks so much for calling in. I hope you got a few videos of the speeches and such, and maybe some photographs. And if you did, if you're able to share any of those, of course, I know you'll probably put something up on your channel, but if you can, I'd be happy to put it up. And I'll
send them to you over WhatsApp, and you can use it on a show whenever you want.
Okay, that sounds good. And it'll take you a few hours to get home. I have to go to work here in a few hours, but I'll give you a shout later on. And if it's not too late today, maybe if you're not knackered, we might be able to get you on the late stream tonight if you want to come on.
All right, no, that would be excellent. I'll let you know when I'm back. It's a 5-hour drive ahead of me now.
Yeah, and I've got 3 hours before I have to go to work, and then 8 hours there. So that's about 11 hours. So you might be knackered and asleep by the time that I finally get in touch with you, but we'll try to reach out to you. But Ernst van Zyl, thank you. Bye Donkey for your reporting and calling in and helping us out, getting a better feel for what's happening on the ground. Thanks a lot, Ernst.
All right. Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much for everything you're doing.
All right, my pleasure. All right, folks, that's Ernst van Zyl, the Conscious Caracal. Thank you so much, Ernst, for calling in. Really appreciate it. Since we couldn't get the video feed with Zoom, we switched to WhatsApp over audio, and that worked. So thank you, guys. I know people are saying that the Sightlanders feed is up. It's not. It's just spinning, so we can't get that to you right now. But, folks, I turned off the subscribers things. It took me a long time to get it turned off there. So let me get it back over here, and there we go. And I can't turn the volume down. I turned it down all the way and put it on mute, and it was still making that noise. So I don't know why that was. But anyway, so we're back. If anybody's signing up again, but it should come back up there, hopefully. But all right, so sorry about that. I turned it down as quickly as I could. I appreciate people asking me to turn it down. But yeah, there's the picture of Beckett Sile. He's got his gangster's hat in his hand, and his right hand there, sitting right next to Julius Malema. Folks, this speaks all that you need to know about what's happening in South Africa right there. A domestic terrorist posing as a political leader sitting next to the Minister of Police at this courtroom. A room in which apparently no white South Africans are permitted to enter. What's that all about? What is that all about, folks? Anyway, there you go. Beckett Sile, the gangster himself, the gangster's paradise, Beckett Sile in the courtroom in Senekal, sitting next to Julius Malema. And there you go, folks. There you go. Exposed for the world to see. Now I'm not getting any sound. Okay, great. I hope you guys are happy that it made me turn your stuff down. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so Beckett Sile exposed for the world to see for the fraud, in cahoots, in collusion. I'm not getting any sound from this thing. Okay, oh, you're getting it because I don't have my earpiece in. All right, here we go. Beckett Sile exposed to the world for the very fraud that he is, sitting right there with the domestic terrorist, Julius Malema, the man who has called on his fighters to attack cliques over the Tresemme ad, told them to go attack it. And what do we see? 44 cliques locations in South Africa attacked, doors broken, windows smashed, goods stolen, a petro bomb, 44 cliques locations attacked and destroyed by the thugs in the fraudulent political party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, calling out his cadres to go out and attack people. No charges preferred against Julius Malema for that action. Nothing happened to him whatsoever. No consequences for those actions. We've seen for years him singing the vile racist song about killing the Boer, singing in his own language and then singing in English to make sure we all understand. Shoot, shoot, shoot to kill, shoot to kill. Yeah, you see this illiterate clown standing up on stage toy-toying. Julius Malema, this domestic terrorist sitting in the courtroom, given access to the courtroom, while others are denied access. The public cannot go in there, but Julius Malema can go in there, sitting right next to somebody says it's not Beckett Sile. It's not? Well, it looks a lot like him. My apologies. Then if it's not Beckett Sile, then people have misappropriated. Okay, it's not Beckett Sile. It's not Beckett Sile. I don't know anybody else wears that gangster's hat. Anyway, whatever the case is, who's saying it's not Beckett Sile? Henry Ford says, Henry Ford died 100 years ago. Good to see you here. Henry Ford, how many times do you say it's not Beckett Sile? Big Daddy Liberty's live. Okay, let me try to get Big Daddy Liberty's feed. That's probably not fair, but maybe we can get some. Big Daddy, I wrote to him. He didn't come on. Okay, let's see if I can find him real quick because Sightlanders is useless. That's not up. Their site is down. Let me get there. Okay, let's see what he's got going on here, folks. I'll bring Big Daddy Liberty up. He's actually got some good coverage here. So my apologies, Big Daddy, for bringing in your feed, but you're quite the great field reporter there. So let's get you in here.
Sorry, so yeah, no problem, no problem. You guys are doing a good job, by the way. Good job, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, as I said, there's a China police, including specialized units like, what do they call themselves? What are they guys called? Public Order Police and TRT. There we go. As I said, the EFF who are on that side, they may be walking off now, literally walked where they were, up the street towards where the farmers were. Again, I made this point on the show. Sorry, man. I made this point on the show. The EFF would try and do this. Their whole MO is to antagonize and to try and elicit a response from the farmers. And thankfully, the farmers kept their cool because, again, we're not here for the EFF. We're not here for their shenanigans. We're here for Brendan Horner. And as all these shenanigans are happening, you've got to remind yourself as to why people are here. And this is why I keep saying to people, do not be dribbled by the EFF. Do not be dribbled by the rabble-rousers, the loud voices in our society. There are serious issues in this society that have to be dealt with. And what you don't need is to be distracted by that. You do not have to be distracted by that. I can assure you of that. Because now they become the news story. They become the center of attention, and not Brendan Horner, who exactly we're here to actually honor the memory of and demand justice for. So I just thought, sorry, brother, there's a police vehicle behind you. Hey man, these cops have brought some serious machinery. Check that out. And oh, we got some farmers over here. Hey man, how you doing, brother? Sorry, I'm live at the moment, but you know, these are the farmers that I was talking about. They were on the other side of the barricade. They were where they were supposed to be, and the EFF left where they were supposed to be to try and antagonize them. I told you they would try and do this in the video. I told you they'd try and do this in the video because they know how the mainstream media works. The mainstream media won't show the EFF antagonizing people. It'll show the farmers' response. And then what do we hear? Oh, farmers this, farmers that. Told you. Told you. Sorry, guys. Hi, my name is Big Daddy Liberty. This is the Big Daddy Liberty Show.
I'm Gerald.
Gerald, nice to meet you. You're live on the show at the moment. Let me just do this. Sorry. You're live on the show at the moment. Are you from the area, maybe surrounding? Tell me.
I'm from a small village called Walker's Fruit Farms. We came out to support our farmers in Senekal.
Yeah.
Because the last thing we want is murder, blood and death.
Absolutely.
All we want is peace, people to work together, and we're tired of these people, these EFF people threatening us. They're going to take us out, they're going to kill us. They're going to take our towns, the same towns that feed them, they want to destroy.
That's the ironies of ironies. In fact, I was joking with my cameraman because, you know, my purpose here was to interview everybody, right, to get their side of things. And we started there in the morning, and obviously we're going to move, to the farmers now. But, you know, I think you're spot on. The inflammatory rhetoric we've heard has not come from the farmers on this particular issue. It's come from the EFF side. Exactly. And again, what really irks me, and I'm sorry for getting so angry about this, is that a lot of the mainstream media who are here never cover this issue like that. They always cover it, you see, we told you those farmers are violent, we told you the farmers were waiting for a fight. But the reality is, and I want to show you guys, the reality is you can't see it that well, but up this hill here is where the farmers were effectively, peacefully, probably praying, again, here for Brendan Horner. That is why we're all here. Do not be dribbled by that nonsense. And I want to show you how they've destroyed the town, by the way. I'm going to head down in that direction towards them now, because I warned you about this. I warned you guys about this. This is how the EFF acts. Sorry, guys, I want to come back. You just caught me in a little bit of a live wire. But maybe as the final question, talk to me about the importance of you guys as a community standing together, protecting, as I like to say on the show, life, liberty and property rights. Why is this important? Why is the unity amongst the farming community and really rural South Africans, period, important in this time?
Well, first thing I can say to you, I think it comes from heritage. We weren't thrown on this land to survive. We were thrown on this land to create farms, to create jobs, to create food. People were starving. And when the farmers came and they're farming and they're doing their different things, people are eating, people are living, people are thriving, they're not surviving. But now they're following people that don't do the right thing, and then they starve and they suffer and they don't understand why.
Absolutely.
It's because they can't see what their people, their leaders are doing to them. Absolutely. Their own leaders are breaking them.
And I must bring this up because just for the sake of the show, and people can understand, you know, where farmers, or what farmers think, excuse me, you know, and I'm going to put it to you in a confrontational way, but I want you to push back against it. You know, some lefty listening now might be, oh, but Big Daddy, of course he'll talk to the farmers. He loves the farming community, but these farmers don't want blacks to farm. Is that true?
That's very, very, very untrue. In the area where I live, every second neighbor of mine is a black South African farmer that's doing his own thing. And we work together day in, day out.
That's right.
When his property gets attacked at night, I go to his house just like I would to any other farmer's house to protect him and his family. There's no color in safety or community, guys. All our farmers stand together. Now, that same food that these guys are going to go eat now for lunch comes from the white farmer, the black farmer, the Indian farmer, any farmer that's made it. It doesn't come from a certain farmer.
Absolutely.
Farmers
that for delicious irony. Brother, thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys for actually standing up for this. And again, a reminder that we're here for Brendan Horner.
That's it. I came for the free Wi-Fi.
Huh? There you go.
The free Wi-Fi.
On the Wi-Fi.
Hey, man, never underestimate the South Africans and our sense of humor, even in tough times. Thank you guys.
Go get him, Tsile.
But I'm going to walk down the street, guys, because I want you to see what I talk about. The EFF are here to antagonize.
Indeed.
The whole modus operandi is literally to try and get a response out of farmers, so that when they respond, the media say, oh, look at the farmers, look at what they did, blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to show you what the EFF guys did to the town here. They absolutely destroyed
correct.
the middle of the city, or the town, I should call it. I'm just going to ask, hey guys, let's roll.
So Big Daddy Liberty's all over it. He's spot on. This is exactly why they're there.
Just bear with me.
This is balanced coverage,
I'm gonna
folks.
try,
This is balanced
I want to
coverage.
show you what the EFF have done to the city center. It's absolutely crazy. In fact, you know what? Instead of me doing this, let me flip the camera and let's walk down. Traffic is now obviously finally able to move because the EFF has gotten out the bloody way. Yeah, guys, this really does get to me because you cannot build a unified, property-owning and prosperous country when we don't actually call out bad behavior, especially when we see it. Gotta forgive me, guys, if you're hearing a lot of heavy breathing.
Well, we'll give Big Daddy Liberty a break. He's a big guy, folks. So heavy breathing, he's putting a little exercise here. Look at the damage that's done by the EFF down there. Big Daddy Liberty's pointing out. What you're watching now is a live feed from Big Daddy Liberty, who is a YouTuber and a conservative in South Africa. He is reporting live on balanced coverage from South Africa. Big fans of Big Daddy Liberty here. As he always says, never trust a commie. He is reporting live from Senekal, folks. This is the best feed we've seen from any of the sources. People are telling me about Sightlanders, but Big Daddy Liberty is giving good coverage here. I'm going to put him back on. People keep asking about what happened in the case. Some people are coming in saying it's been reported that the suspected murders were granted bail, which is fascinating. They were granted bail when Andre Pinar is now locked up in prison for 6 weeks. For 6 weeks for fraudulent charges against him, cooked up by the ANC. But let me put Big Daddy Liberty back on the volume, folks.
The very people who were told are prime evil. Here's some EFF members.
Some well-behaved ones.
There they go.
Well-behaved. Okay, that's fine.
Done with their protest and their pillaging and their destroying. So here's delicious irony. The same EFF that same they came here to protect public property.
Destroy public property.
Quote-unquote vicious farmers, blah, blah, blah.
Destroy public property.
That's
EFF.
their work.
There you go, right there.
That's them right there.
That's exactly what they did. Thank you, Big Daddy Liberty.
That's them right
Destroying all the rubbish bins, concrete rubbish bins destroyed by the EFF.
I keep telling you.
There to protect state property. Liars, frauds,
politicians.
Domestic terrorists.
Stop being dribbled by these politicians. Stop being dribbled by these politicians. This is not about race. It's not about any of that nonsense. It's about us pushing back against the sort of politicians who talk trash and do nothing.
Well, that vehicle's damaged.
Now they're heading back to their demarcated area. Again, farmers restoring the bins, opening the road again.
Yeah, look at that, folks. Good point, Big Daddy.
Here we have an EFF lady also taking some footage.
All right. So we just thank the Lord. There was peace here today, sister.
Well,
you're amazing.
peace maybe.
God loves you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Hey, man. I am doing a live stream at the moment. My name is Big Daddy Liberty. I know you're on the show already. And that'll be up on Wednesday next week.
Thank you, sir.
But again, maybe just in a minute.
Yeah, all right.
Who are you? What do you guys do? And you know, just for context for these viewers, because they didn't see what happened earlier on, I met this gentleman about maybe 2 or 3 hours ago. They're from a Christian group. I'll let him get into that. But they're just trying to hand out water to everybody who's here. They're just trying to hand out water because, guys, it's very, very hot today. And you know, they're trying to even hand it out to some of the EFF members. And what I saw, and you'll see it on the show, are 2 EFF members of parliament who then came and rather with a weird tone that didn't match the situation, you know, ushered every EFF member away and said, yeah, don't take water from these people, don't take water from these people. And what this gentleman didn't hear is that, you know, there was they said, and I caught it on camera, I think, you know, that we shouldn't be taking water from white people is actually what they said. I don't think you heard that part.
There's poison in it, and you know, I just, with an act of love, this movement is Pedi, Zulu, English, Afrikaans. It's not about culture. It's about a new chapter.
Yeah.
So we're just challenging all South Africans. We've had revolutions. That sign, we need a servolution. We need to start doing and building. And when you serve, you find purpose. You know, we have the greatest continent ever. We've got all the resources under the ground. We've got arable land. We've got energy. We've got love. And the reason why those parliamentary guys ushered me away over there is because they want the vibe.
Elsie, are you being sarcastic or are you high? EFF is there because it's their job, protect property? I don't think so.
We're waiting for bloodshed, but instead there was absolute love here. We've cleaned up also the damages that some of them made, but guys made, etc. But it's not all the members at all.
Yes.
Yeah, so just we're challenging.
Tapelo Juluka, you're smoking crack cocaine. Nobody in their right mind from the ANC or the DA is going to mix in the middle of an EFF crowd of people who are throwing rocks, pretending to be EFF. Take your nonsense elsewhere. But you're caught red-handed, inciting violence and causing chaos and destroying public property. This exposed for the domestic terrorist thugs that you are, EFF, and you come on here and try to claim it's something else. Go elsewhere. Take your nonsense elsewhere. It's funny. This must be really a threat, folks. I'll bring that back in just a moment. All I got to say is this. I got to say this very quickly. This is an important consideration I think we need to mention right here on Chris White Africa. Folks, clearly, the economic freedom fighters, the leftist trolls in South Africa are frightened of this channel. We know that Loving Life is frightened of this channel because they block users who watch both channels. But clearly, the EFF is also terrified of this channel because they send their trolls in legions here to troll and spew their nonsense about what's happening. Caught red-handed, involved in domestic terrorism, and we see the collusion between the police and the domestic terrorist Julius Malema right there in the courthouse. We see it. We see it. The man who calls for violence, inciting people to violence, and his supporters showed up and were violent, destroying public property that they claimed they were coming to protect, attacking people on motorcycles, throwing rocks at journalists. We've seen them. Expose them for what they are. Expose them for what they are. That's exactly right. Back to Big Daddy Liberty, folks.
Let's move on. Munir, thanks for your time. All right. Oh, there's our colleagues over here. Hey, what's going on? You're currently live on the BDL show. This is, of course, Vlog 53. And the mountain man himself is right here. Gabriel Krause.
Walking by before all of the cars. It's like you led the reopening of this.
Hey, man, I was like Moses leading the way, opening up the... no, I should stop with that analogy. But...
Lion Ethics says, I'm watching both channels. What's your point, Lion? What's your point? You're welcome to watch both channels, or go watch that channel if you want to watch it. The point is that channel is a fraud, that they block people. They block me. Never say anything bad about that channel. The first time I ever say anything negative about that channel is today. They're just frauds. Anyway, back to, so, you know, take it elsewhere. If you like that channel, go there. You can watch that channel. You can watch this channel. You can watch Big Daddy. Watch whatever you want to watch. But don't come in here and tell your nonsense.
Shoulders above this nonsense. Heads and shoulders above this nonsense. You need a politics that argues the case of how do you unite South Africans, how do you address the actual issues that we're facing. In this particular instance, the failure of the state, the failure of our society to ensure rural safety. How do we hashtag save rural SA? How do we do that? Guys, show me that hashtag in the comments. Hashtag save rural SA. Because not everything should resort, to this sort of black-white nonsense when it's so contrived. It's so contrived. You can always see it. Like the whole black-white divide nonsense, it's so contrived. It's forced.
Spot on. Spot on. It's the ANC dividing the society. That's the bottom line.
Guys, let's get that hashtag going. Hashtag Save Rural SA. That is why we're here. It is to remind ourselves that, this is our community, guys. This is our country. This is your country, and that we have a shared stake in it. Save Rural SA, guys. Hashtag Save Rural SA. I see the police are now moving down to create a cordon here. And again, I must remind you, based on the video I did, don't lose sight of why we're actually here. Don't be dribbled by what we're seeing here. Brendan Horner, guys. Brendan Horner. Young man in this part of the world who called, hey, he could have walked these streets that I'm on right now. He could have bought his petrol at that Shell. He could have been friends with these guys. Hey guys, how you doing? Who knows? He could have ate at that Wimpy, shopped at that High Q for his car. This was his home, but his life was snuffed out by violent, vicious savages, savage murderers in this country. So we should never, regardless of how much we're dribbled by the EFF tax, we should never lose sight of why we're here and why the issue of saving rural South Africa, saving our farmers, stopping the farm murders is critically important. The Institute of Race Relations is here. They're getting that message out. They pushed a document today which has concrete interventions on how we can save rural SA. There's the EFF leadership right there. The chief instigators walking right away there. There we go. Terrible commies. Terrible commies. This is what happens when you allow commies to take over your neighborhood. Hey guys. This is what happens when you allow commies to take over your neighborhood. Things go south very quickly. But I mean, they literally trashed the streets. Hey man, how you doing? How you doing, guys? Thanks, brother. Thanks. Good to meet you, man. Good to meet you. They literally trashed these streets, and again, credit where it's due. The cops, they put up a barricade. They stopped the nonsense. Credit must go where it's due. The cops did a good job. But you should understand what happens at these sort of events. Is that we often ask police officers to do things that they shouldn't have to do. Hey guys. So I'm gonna end this live stream here. In the background, I don't know if you can see it, is the red and tooth and claw commies themselves. And yeah, man, I think the funniest part is the residents of Senekal. They're probably watching this on some, what the hell is all of this? Let me flip the camera around. Some ladies in horseback riding through town. Oh, I see the EFF is coming back. Round two. Okay, sister showing some skill in the house. Hey man, don't pull a Eugene Turrup lunch on us and fall off. But yeah, man, our life's slowly getting back to normal. Hey man, how you guys doing? Sorry, I was just trying to keep up with the EFF guys because I wanted to see, or people to see what was happening. Thanks, man. What's your name? I didn't catch your name. John, nice to meet you, brother. What's your name? Ludwig. Aangename kennis, julle. Yeah, guys, are you guys from the area? Are you around from here? Free State, right? Oh, well, hey, hang on. We're on Free State, right? Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, man. Guys, thank you so much, and please keep safe. Keep safe.
Well, I've sent Big Daddy Liberty a message.
Coming back. Again, the whole day for them is to test the limits of government.
That's exactly right. Big Daddy Liberty's hit this spot on. This is about challenging authority, what they can get away with. That's what the EFF is up to. Look at them down there toy-toying. The farmers have dispersed and gone home, and we still see the EFF down there. What exactly are they in town for? Supposedly they came to protect public property, state property, but they've damaged it, as you've seen in live feeds from Big Daddy Liberty. Now here they are out there acting as if this is 1985. This is a majority-run government in South Africa, and look at this nonsense taking place in the streets of Senekal. This is utter nonsense. These people are dangerous, very, very dangerous. I would get out of there. Big Daddy Liberty, I'd worry about your safety. And look at them advancing on a police vehicle. Here we go, folks. Here we go. This will make the international scenes. We will see. Big Daddy Liberty bringing his audio back now. Racist bigots. Actually, just gullible buffoons for the most part. Gullible buffoons for the most part.
All right, now we're hearing footsteps to the police. Yeah, I saw that comment. Definitely not at the front.
Yeah, Malema's not there. Where's Malema? Yes, I know. It's shoot, shoot, shoot. Thank you, Don Titan.
Hey, guys, the sun is hot for this. The sun is hot. Ain't you feeling hot, girl? Man. Did the EFF provide water for you?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did you get water when?
Yes.
Okay, so at least you got some water.
Paul, spot on. What exactly are they protesting about? What is this in protesting for or against? Why are they there? What is this all about? Julius Malema lied. We will go to protect state property. It is our responsibility to protect state property. We will go protect from the terrorists, the poor generals. We will protect against them. What are you protecting against? Destroying rubbish bins, concrete rubbish bins at that, toying the city. What exactly are you protesting, and who are you protesting? I don't see any board. I don't see any farmers gathered around. They've all left. They had their say. They didn't cause any problems. They weren't throwing stones, but this is the EFF. This is what's left of the EFF's massive rally in Senekal. Let me put Big Daddy Liberty's audio back on.
Yeah, why is coming here? Why was it important for you?
Like you're going to support.
Okay.
Support what?
Oh, so you're supporting the case. Are you supporting
the
are
murders?
You supporting Brendan Horner?
Yes, we're supporting and we against the racism.
Okay.
Yes.
Who
What
was being
racism?
racist?
I'm not sure, but
I'm not sure.
the white ones.
Okay. Oh, who told you that though? Just out of interest. But okay, all right. I think there's a lot of misinformation going around, but you know, it happens at events where people are red clad.
As I said, gullible people, gullible people. She's here to protest the racism, the racism. What racism, says Big Daddy Liberty? I'm not sure. Of course you're not sure. What the hell are you talking about? What racism? Idiots, useful idiots. That's what's going on. This is the bulk of EFF supporters. They're not actually bigots and racists. They're actually gullible fools. They're gullible fools who will buy into this nonsense because people identify with the like. That's the problem here, folks. I'm not sure. Stupid bigots. Exactly right. Yeah, leave her alone. No one's touching her, Malalo. No one's touching her. But she's clueless. And that explains a lot of the EFF support.
I think that guy was wearing an ANC t-shirt and he's being accosted by the EFF members. And now, like street justice always happens, they decide his fate. Will they fetch the guillotine? Find out in the next episode of Commies or Us. Just kidding.
Get him, Big
Just
Daddy.
kidding, people.
Get him.
And no, I'm not taking this lightly. This looks very dangerous.
Folks, you're listening. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Attacking. They're making him put on another shirt. They took his ANC shirt. They're going to burn it. Watch him burn it. Watch him burn his ANC shirt.
Okay. Like Pep, they're giving him a change of clothing.
Pep. South Africa's dirt cheap
Yeah, I've got a
store.
feeling that's going to be up in flames.
It's burning.
soon
It's going to burn any moment now. Look at this, folks,
This is
live.
right.
This is thuggery. EFF thuggery. EFF thuggery.
Well, how's that for delicious irony? We were told that they had to protect public property and property.
And they're burning people's property.
What is that? ANC t-shirt? You're burning Ramaphosa. You don't like Ramaphosa?
Eureka Hollander, I lost you. You're just here listening to Big Day Liberty. Wish you stop talking in between. Bye. Bye. Take off. No one asked you to come here. This is my channel. You can go watch Big Day Liberty. Piss off. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Clowns.
Don't burn my car, please. Hello. Don't burn my car.
No.
Don't burn my car. I bought that car with my own sweat and blood.
Okay. Is that not just an apt representation of the ANC? Boys on the floor, useless.
Defending state property. Defending state property.
Can you tell Amy Claire? All right, guys. Good.
We don't want AC here. AC must not come here and must down. Must down. AC must fall. AC must fall. AC must fall.
There you go. You're hearing it, guys.
For that. AC must fall. DA must fall and AC. I want to give that guy t-shirt. My t-shirt. Yeah.
Yo, this homie looks drunk.
I don't know. Hey. DA must fall and AC. Must fall. Hey, whatever.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't have a stabilizer on me, so I'm gonna shake my way through this. Baba, what don't you like about the ANC?
ANC is full of shit. It's corrupt. Abogogo bethu manje abakhona ukungende. Indaba ye-ANC. uRamaphosa ithought wathi imali. Thina we don't get anything. So manje besithuba uRamaphosa. ANC must fall. I like it.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving, guys. Remember the hashtag save rural SA. Hashtag save rural SA. None of this will save rural SA. Even she's laughing at that.
After all.
All right.
There's nobody's chasing me.
All right, we're going to move on. Try and see if we can get more. For those who are wondering, I Bab. You don't do that, Bab. You don't do that. For those who may be wondering, it is hot as hell out here. I am sweating like a... I actually can't finish that. It's usually a very derogatory thing I often say. Can't finish that. Sorry, y'all. All right, so these are the IR colleagues. They're basically handing out messaging. What do you have here, guys? Do you want to maybe quickly chat about it, Gabriel?
Has been doing a very good job of selling the IR here. Some of the locals have taken more to her than to our message.
Okay.
Which is I don't know, but no, are we trying to convince people that this is, that everyone is coming because they're angry?
Yeah.
Everyone's angry, everyone's frustrated, no one thinks this is good enough, and I just think we have the really good opportunity to try and get people to think of how to practically make it better, rather than burn things down to build things up.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
I don't know, you've also been a star here. You're in a very long debate. How did that go?
Well, one of the guys that was speaking to me from the EFF, he was just telling me like, you're seeing weapons from, for example, the Africans on the other side, doesn't do actually any good for anybody. And you just wants to have a conversation with them. And he said he even went up and spoke to the guys up there, and he actually had a productive conversation, and I think that's actually good, because that's what we're all here about, having a good conversation with everybody. And not only having one side with the loudest voice, but having everybody actually say the fair thing.
Absolutely. Guys, remember, the question is, how do we build that moderate middle so that you're able to shut down voices like these on the left who are ultra-radical, and even those who are on the ultra-right, you know, who both sometimes trade, and oftentimes rather, trade on race. How do you build a moderate middle where actually you take the issue of rural safety seriously, as we all should? And the IR has done some great work in that regard. And they came out here, you know, right into the belly of the beast, so to speak, to hand out their leaflet that has these ideas, as Amy Claire is doing exactly that. Now they're probably wondering, why is this beggar looking suave in her Tommy Hilfiger look? Yeah, that's right, I'm calling these t-shirts out. It looks awfully Tommy Hilfiger-ish, but I ain't gonna say anything.
It does.
I ain't gonna say anything because I'm not like that. All right, guys, I'm gonna call this vlog here. And yeah, man. Let me just turn the camera around. Yeah, you got a taste of what happened here in Senekal. Different vested interest groupings descending on a town which, by and large, is not really a part of this in a weird kind of way. Outside of course, the actual farming community that lives here, who came to protest. Because a lot of the people you're seeing here from the EFF are actually bussed in. They're not from here.
There's nothing wrong with bussing people in.
Residents think about that, of all these people descending here. I know the local businesses are loving it because there's a bumper trade. That's a good thing. But yeah, a reminder then of why exactly we are here and why we should be here. Brendan Horner, say his name, remind yourself of that, because at the end of the day, all of these distractions were exactly that, a distraction. What we are really, really, really demanding is justice for Brendan Horner. Justice for Brendan Horner. And the thousands of people in this country, the many people, if I can call it that, who are murdered savagely.
Well, Big Daddy Liberty has a point here, but let me just jump in very quickly. Let me just put that off the screen very quickly. This started about Brendan Horner, and that was the touchstone that really got things going, folks. But it's not just about Brendan Horner. This is about a much bigger situation. This is about the discrimination and the attacks on minorities in South Africa, whether they're white, colored, Indian, they're all under assault, and this is taking place particularly in rural South Africa. So I appreciate what Big Daddy Liberty's saying, and I agree with a lot of what he's saying, and we shouldn't forget Brendan Horner, and that's really what touched this off. But this is not simply about Brendan Horner. It's much larger than that. This is a political issue that is far beyond the tragic, horrific domestic terrorist murder and assassination of 21-year-old Brendan Horner, a farm manager in the Free State. It's about a lot more than that, folks, now. It's about a lot more than that. So hopefully Brendan's name will be remembered. The tragic pain that his family is suffering with his life snuffed out. I haven't got confirmation yet, folks, about whether, in fact, those suspected murderers have been given bail. But it would be ironic to see them given bail when Andre Pinar was charged with frivolous charges like terrorism and attempted murder for slapping a police officer. I guess that kills people when you slap them. And he is denied bail and spending 6 weeks in jail in custody when these people got up. By the way, the two people arrested, one had been previously arrested twice. Then Beckett Seeley himself complained that he's upset that one of the attackers, accused attackers, have been arrested 16 times and he's still floating around. So if the police are concerned about that, then why is the court granting bail? I can't confirm if that's true, but if it is true, it's beyond belief, folks. Let's get Big Daddy Liberty back here.
PayPal, I'll put that link in the description sometime when you get a moment to just have a seat. And yeah, as I always say, and I'll leave you with this. Fight for the issue. Don't fight each other. I'm gonna repeat that. Fight for the issues. Don't fight each other. So hashtag Save Rural SA. I'll talk more about that in later vlogs. Thanks for watching, guys. Remember, as I'm in the belly of the beast, never trust a commie.
Well, that's Big Daddy Liberty, folks. That's him. Sorry, I've got a message coming in here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just sending this message to these folks who were asked about coming on the channel. Okay, so that's taken care of. Sorry about that, folks. Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to Chris Wyatt Africa on the Adaba Africa channel here on YouTube. This is Chris. We've been giving you live coverage from different streams, including the Sightlanders stream, Big Daddy Liberty stream, and also a few others, plus video footage of those who were present on the ground. What we've seen take place in Senekal today is a peaceful assembly by farming community, by white and black South Africans, colored South Africans, to listen to speeches to honor Brendan Horner and also to discuss the issue about farm murders plus more in South Africa. We've been watching that, folks. That took place peacefully. Not any coverage from the mainstream media about that. We did hear, I did have Ernst van Zyl, the conscious clerical who works with AfriForum, called in and spoke with us briefly because he couldn't get the data feed for the video. But Ernst van Zyl did call in and related what happened there. He'll also provide videos later on and maybe a guest later in the day or this evening in South Africa time once I get back from the Army War College Day. So that's been taking place. Meanwhile, the EFF and its thuggish supporters descended on Senekal, and ostensibly they're there, according to Julius Malema, to protect state property. Even though that's not the job of the EFF, they're a political party. Their job is to represent the constituents in the parliament or in the council for metros or in the MEC at the provincial level. That's their job, is to represent the interest of the people whom they represent in parliament or those government positions, not to protect state property. The role of protecting state property falls to municipal police, to the South African Police Services, to the South African National Defense Force, to the intelligence agencies in South Africa, and to the bureaucracy. That's who's responsible for protecting state property. Julius Malema sent his thuggish gang of EFF toy-toying clowns to Senekal to cause chaos and distract from the issue at hand. And they were successful. We saw them attack bikers, ripping a biker off his motorcycle. We saw them throwing rocks at people. We saw the damage they left behind as they destroyed state property, breaking apart concrete rubbish bins throughout Senekal. This is the economic freedom fighters, folks. A bunch of utter clowns, utter ridiculous what's going on there. And as we saw Big Daddy Liberty interviewing a young lady, and she said, he said, "Why are you here?" Against the racism. He said, "What racism?" I don't really know. Of course you don't know. You're proving to be a useful idiot for the economic freedom fighters, which galvanizes people who are not particularly well informed about anything and uses that ignorance against society to target society. This is domestic terrorism, and that's all that it is. And the African National Congress is asleep at the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. They are asleep at the wheel. SAPS should have a roadside sobriety test for the African National Congress. They should pull over the leadership of the ANC and give them a breathalyzer, because clearly they are either asleep at the wheel or they're intoxicated, because their ignorance, their absence is beyond belief. But they weren't entirely absent, folks. We did see a young man who was an ANC supporter. At least he had a free T-shirt from the ANC. And what did the EFF do? They ripped his ANC T-shirt off and then tried to burn it. But they're so feckless they couldn't even light it on fire, so they threw it in the street. They denuded a black man. They took his dignity by ripping off his shirt because he supported the majority party in South Africa that controls all of the levers of government except for the governance in the Western Cape. Yeah, that's what they did. Dignity. This is about dignity? No, it's about stealing dignity. It's about lies. It's about bigotry. It's about nonsense. And it's about racism. And that racism, bigotry is all coming from the leadership of the economic freedom fighters and an element of the African National Congress, the ruling African National Congress, who are responsible for this horrific activity taking place in South Africa, these rural farm murders, the brutal torture, molestation, rape, gang rape of minor children, cutting up of testicles, cutting off of breast, killing people, torturing them with blowtorches, using pliers to attack them, to break their limbs, hanging people from trees and posts to send a message. This is not normal crime, folks. This is not how the world is supposed to be. This is lies. And the fact that the Western media is not present, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, the Chicago Tribune, the Guardian, the Paris Match, the Age from Australia. Where are these media outlets? Where is MSNBC? Where is Fox News? Where is Tucker Carlson? I know we have a lot going on in America here, but this is a tinderbox in South Africa. And it's all owing to, is it because of apartheid? No, it's not because of apartheid. It's because of racist bigotry within the economic freedom fighters tolerated by the African National Congress. Why is it tolerated? Ladies and gentlemen, this speaks volumes. You ready for this picture? I'm going to bring it up again right here. And what is this? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Who is that sitting next to Julius Malema right there? Sitting there. Notice the gangster hat in his hand and the ring on that finger? Yeah, is that Beketsile? Or is it not? Some people say it's not Beketsile. But the fact that Julius Malema is sitting in the courtroom and no white South Africans are there, not even the victim's family is there. Not even Brendan Horner's family is in this courtroom in this photo shot. We cannot see them. Why is that the case? Why are they denied access to the courtroom? Were they denied access? I don't have evidence of that, but people are claiming that. So we shall see. Living Color says the West is partly responsible for the current status. No, it's not. The West is not responsible. This is your problem, South Africa. This is your government. You voted for this government. By the way, there was a super chat there, which I missed from Marika Willem say, thanks for the good work, Colonel Chris. Oh, it's my pleasure, Marika. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. It's not the West's fault. Not the West's fault. The West may have helped create the conditions that led to the new dispensation. And you really can't give the credit to the West. That was mostly the National Party putting up its hands and letting go because it no longer could convince the white population of South Africa that its system of governance was appropriate or that the government needed to be a security state. The black threat was not credible anymore. Black nationalism, as we saw multiple countries around Africa led by black leaders, and they weren't in flames. And the red threat, the Soviet communist threat, disappeared overnight. The Soviet Union folded up. The wall came down in 1989. The Soviet Union disappeared. The threat of Soviet communism disappeared. And they could not justify their existence anymore to white voters in South Africa who voted overwhelmingly in favor of ending apartheid. That's why it ended. You can't blame the West for that. Sanctions didn't cause apartheid to end. It didn't. It put pressure. It caused problems, but it's not why it ended. It ended for other reasons. The West is not responsible. Now, the Western media, you're damn skippy about that. Mainstream media in the West is definitely responsible for the arrogance, the ignorance, and not reporting this situation. And when it is reported, it's always reported in hysterical terms like, whites are claiming genocide in South Africa. I don't see many actual people of any substance claiming genocide in South Africa. They're talking about the abysmal condition of rural security in South Africa, which has been exacerbated by the African National Congress dismantling the commando system and undermining rural security, but underfunding the police and such. So there you go. Anyway, let's see what else. Okay, so yeah, I see. So, okay, so I popped over earlier and people sent me a couple screenshots of chats in Loving Life. And in which people claim that I'm a plant for the economic freedom fighters. Listen, you vile piece of crap, Scott Bolson, stop your nonsense. I don't know what your problem is. Your beef is with Ronaldo Cruz, not with me. You want to bring it? You play your little games with your sycophants who watch your channel and fall for everything. I don't see your bona fides on display. I don't see you anywhere actually proving who you are. I'm a public figure. You can check who I am. My bona fides are on record. It's there. You can go check it out, and you can find out from multiple sources around the world. So piss off, you little clown. What a clown. What a clown. What a clown. Anyway, yeah, so you just see this. I'm not even involved in their nonsense, and this scuzzball drags me into their conversation by denigrating my channel. So if anyone on here is a spy for Loving Life, take your sycophantic bum back to Loving Life. Don't come here. You're not wanted here because you're clearly not here to contribute to the conversation or listen to actual news and analysis. That actual nonsense, that claim, how does someone even make that claim? That's ludicrous. It's utter ludicrous. Anyway, all right. Anyway, back to the conversation at hand. But this is beyond belief that the media simply ignores this. The international media didn't cover. That's why I did breaking news videos on the 6th of October, because I got up in the morning to see what had happened in Senekal. It was still unfolding at the time, and there wasn't any international news media coverage of it. And I see no international news media coverage of this right now. They're not talking about this at the moment. Vulcan says, thank you for what you do. You're really thankful. Let's see. EF are giving names now. Good job being peaceful losers instead of starting the revolution. What is that nonsense? Stop the Farm Murder says Turbognostics. Yeah, good stuff. Let's see what else. Okay, I don't know who this clown is, but I'll take them out myself. Where's it at? There we go. I'll take this out myself. Remove. There we go. Okay, bye-bye. All right, so, yeah, anyway, folks, yeah, there you go. There you have it. We're coming up on 3 hours. You're listening to Chris Wyatt, Africa on the Indaba Africa channel. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Garrett Reviews says, do amazing work. Thanks for that. It's my pleasure. Thanks for what you do. Top says Friedrich Rautenbach. Well, thank you so much for that. Awesome. Henry Ford, please don't delete me for Cape X stuff. Yeah, no, moderators should not be taking stuff out for Cape Exit. People want to talk about Cape Exit here, they're welcome to do it, although it doesn't seem to be an apropos topic for today. If you want to talk about Cape secession, then feel free to do it. I've had Hein Marks, I've had Des Palm, I've had Phil Craig, all on the channel from 3 of the main groups that are involved in the Cape secession movement. You're welcome to talk about it. If you want them back on the channel, ask for them to come back on the channel, and I'll bring them back at an appropriate moment. Not really an appropriate topic today, but you're welcome to talk about it. Moderators don't need to be taking anybody out for that. Yeah, Christo says ignore him. Yeah, good point, Christo. But the problem is that now this clown is spreading rumors. So, if you can ignore things. But anyway, so Hanan says great job. There's power. The mob is Rome. Boy, the chat's really, you guys are chatting like crazy now. Carl 1 says keep up the work. Support Cape secession from South Africa. Safe haven for all minorities. Says 3 feet. Okay. I don't know that's actually going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. The Angola War was to prevent communism, yet the 3rd largest political party in our country is a communist party. No, actually, okay, you're saying the EFF. Yeah, they're not actually a communist party by declaration. Only the South African Communist Party is, but your point is well taken. I agree with you. Franz Tritter, do you think this will be shown on Philip DeFranco's show? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with that show, Franz. My apologies. I'm not familiar with that. Basel is okay. So Eric is telling Basel to Google something about that. All right. Well, okay. I guess there's a lot of people on here who aren't familiar with me, so I'll just share very quickly with you folks. I'm Chris Wyatt. I'm a retired U.S. Army colonel, and I served 36 and a half years in the U.S. Army. And 23 years of that overseas. I served 3 tours in Germany, 1 in Italy. I was stationed in 8 different countries in Africa. I've worked in close to 40 countries in Africa at varying times, but I actually lived in 8 different countries in Africa, including Tunisia, where I'm a graduate at L'École d'État-Major, the Tunisian Staff College. I lived in Liberia, where I rebuilt the Armed Forces of Liberia when I was there. I've also lived in Botswana, in Malawi, in Niger, Mauritania, Uganda, and Ethiopia, where I worked the U.S. mission to the African Union. So for those of you unfamiliar with me, I don't usually share this link that often, but I'll share it right now. So here you go. Check it out. If you want to go to LinkedIn, there is my profile on LinkedIn, and you can check that out if you're unfamiliar with me. Are people in the U.S. aware of the situation? No, they're not really, and they can't be bothered. We're too busy dealing with the domestic insurrection from the black supremacy movement, Black Lives Matter. You know, the group that tells people they must kneel in fealty before others. We're too busy dealing with that, and also with the Wuhan coronavirus, the COVID-19 Beijing bio-revenge, which is wreaking havoc on the weak constitutions of lily-livered politicians who have never understood how to deal with an epidemic and have turned the entire situation upside down. Instead of dealing with a pandemic in the way we've done with it for centuries in human existence, we've done it completely opposite now, and we've not handled it properly. Instead of protecting the vulnerable, we have shut everyone down and destroyed the world's economy, undermined social cohesiveness, frayed political bonds, and destroyed the world's economy, pushing millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people into poverty around the world. So we're dealing with that here in the U.S., and people can't be bothered with what's happening in South Africa. But I'm doing my best to bring the message to people in South Africa, or about South Africa around the world. So there's my website, folks. And back to what I was saying. So I've served in all those countries. I've served in combat, peacekeeping. I've done counterterrorism, counterintelligence. I've trained foreign militaries, respect for civil authority, humanitarian assistance missions. I've run HIV programs across Africa, Ebola programs, tuberculosis, malaria, Ebola research programs, built schools, clinics, highways, dug wells, and organized exercises with special forces, with African forces, naval exercises. What else? Lots of things. I taught at Iowa State University undergraduate. I taught postgraduate master's degree program at the U.S. Army War College. The list goes on. So for people who don't know me, look me up. Unlike some clown on the bottom of the world there who is a fraud, obviously. Now you wanted it, you got it. You've drugged me into the conversation, bozo. My bona fides are genuine. You can check them out. I'm a published author, actually published, not a self-published book, but actual genuine academic articles and published books and commercial media as well. Anyway, so Nicholas says, yes, the U.S. has major issues. They're also dealing with communist scum. Exactly right. And we have to defeat the communists that are trying to take, the socialists that are trying to take over our country. So that's important. Basil, whoa, that's a tough Greek-looking name there. Katakoutsinos says you can come bride with me. Well, thanks, Basil. Where are you at? Depending where you're at, that might be appealing. I've never been to Port Elizabeth. I've never been to the Northern Cape. I've never been to the Kruger National Park. If you're near one of those, that might be a place for me to come. But I also go to other places. Marinda Kramer says, please send people to help in South Africa. My husband and I are farmers. Marinda, what sort of farmers are you guys? I was a dairy farmer, by the way. In high school, I ran a small dairy farm. Jerseys, Guernseys, and Holsteins, but mostly Jerseys for the butterfat content. We used to make butter from the butterfat content, and Jersey milk is very good stuff. What's your analysis essay in terms of civil war, Ronald Hovenda? I don't think South Africa is on the verge of civil war, though a lot of people seem to think that's the case. The problem is that the South African government is devolved. Says I'm a Starbucks addict. No, it's early in the morning, folks. Remember, I was up at 3 o'clock this morning to do this stream for everybody, and this is something to help keep me going there. Let's see what else. Are you a West Point graduate, says Yaco. I'm not a West Point graduate. I attended ROTC at Ohio University, the Reserve Officer Training Corps. That's where I got my commission from, and then came back on active duty. Joanne Monique Lagrange, Yole, BVN, Bayehulp, und Stansam. Yeah, Stansam, South Africa. Stansam, stand together. Graham McTaggart, don't worry about that other channel. Okay, let's see what else. Chris is like a Swiss pocket knife of skills. Well, thank you, Erie Four-Trekker. Good to see you back, Erie Four-Trekker. One of the more recent folks who's joined our channel and has been an interesting commentator. Linda Bobert, the murderers got bail. Is that confirmed? Thank you, Linda. Unbelievable. Zephyr says, thank you for making our problems known. I'm doing my best, folks. That's what it's all about. Can I send you some biltong? Oh, I'd love to have biltong, especially if it's like kudu biltong with some spicy. Yeah, that's the good stuff. I love that. Let's see. What have you not done? Well, Liz Mitchell, I've never been a singer. I have no singing talent. I'm not a dancer, although I like to dance at the club sort of thing. I have never played professional sports, although I'm very active in sports. I played rugby and baseball and basketball and even soccer on occasion, but not very often, and softball most recently. So Chantel says, Chris is so on it. The burnt one dinner, and now I can't go in the kitchen. Sorry you burnt your dinner. Sorry about that, Chantel. Greg Hollis says hello. Hey, Greg, good to see you there. I think we're chatting on LinkedIn, if I'm not mistaken, Greg. That's who I think that is. Lance says, thank you for what you do apart from these channels. What other ways are there getting the true narrative out there? Well, it's difficult without a platform, but ladies and gentlemen, I haven't broke this news yet because it's not confirmed, but I have a possibility of appearing on a nationwide satellite network here in the U.S. I'm likely to go on and be interviewed today about politics in the U.S., and I got the impression from the people that are responsible for this broadcasting network that they're interested in me as a media personality. I used to be a radio disc jockey many, many years ago at university. I was working at a radio station, commercially getting paid for it. And so they are potentially interested in me. And if that's the case, then I will get a national platform here in the United States if I actually get this opportunity. Don't know that's an opportunity yet. I'm not making any projections. They've asked me to come on as a guest, but they gave me the indication that they're interested in my content. So if in fact I do get on there, it'll be about U.S. politics. But trust me, I'll use every opportunity to bring light to the situation in South Africa and also talk about Africa in general, which is what I do on my channel. Erie says we're both doing great work and coverage. Well, yes, but I'm not undermining the other person's channel. I'm actually defending that person. So it's not the same sort of thing. Yeah, don't give him any attention. He's a drama queen. Exactly. We can organize kudu, then add some. You're just laying out all the food, folks. All right. So Xander Fonsal, why do the officers who were responsible for the death of George Floyd get pasted all over national media, but the blatant hatred shared by Malema gets ignored? Because it doesn't fit the narrative, Xander. That's the bottom line. People talk about the New World Order. Ooh, look at that. Vilma van Heerden is used is the poo emoji, and she's not even a member. That's pretty cool. Yeah, she'd like to know what Malema's secret is, how he managed to just get out of all this. Because he's in cahoots with the African National Congress and members of the cabinet. That's why. Jenny Gayer says, do you have a lot of Americans or me to marry to live in America? Well, you're looking for that green card, are you? You sing and dance to the Trump song. I do, Dads. Yeah, but I'm not a professional dancer. You're not going to find me on Dancing with the Stars or what is that? Come Dancing. That's the British version. Jaco Esterhuizen. Are you a war vet? Yes, Jaco Esterhuizen. I am a war vet. I've served in combat. I've served in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq. I've served in the Balkans, in Bosnia, and other locations, plus a few places I can't talk about. But yes, I'm a combat veteran. Yes, I am. Great job. Thank you. Appreciate that, Hannes Kotsia. Appreciate that. Crystal Salt says, how's it for America? What's this? How's it for America? Oh, I like your shirt. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a Bulls jersey. I'm not a major Bulls fan. I'm actually a Stormers Western Province fan. Those who know me know that quite well. But on all my streams, I tend to wear a rugby jersey. There are exceptions when I'm pressed for time or something else going on, but I do wear a rugby jersey, and that's what it's all about. So Martin Mull says, I recall Ronaldo was ranting about that clown down under several months ago. Thanks for all your efforts, Chris. Yeah, Martin. Well, he warned people, and he was right. Let's see what else. Jacques Bunsaya. Wow, that's a cool surname. Jacques Bunsaya. I really wish the U.S. would intervene. My family had to sell our farm just to stay out of this crap. I'm sorry to hear that, Jacques. That's unfortunate for you and for South Africa. Ross Rose says, the United Nations will step in if there's a civil war already. No. Don't count on that. Don't count on that. I wouldn't count on that. We are holding thumbs for you, Colonel. Well, thanks a lot, folks. How are we doing on likes on this stream anyway? Did we get any likes on this stream? I haven't checked that because I've been busy with the stream. Is it possible for a South African to serve in the U.S. military, and how do you go about doing it? I'd like to serve for the chance of earning citizenship. Well, Fred Krueger, you're spot on. Any international person who's not a U.S. citizen can, in fact, join the U.S. military. You can enlist. You can't be an officer, though. You can't be commissioned. You have to be an enlisted soldier. You can enlist in the U.S. military with a successful background check and passing the standards, education and health standards to enter the military. And you can enlist. How you do that, I don't know the answer to that because I've never enlisted anyone from overseas. But my recommendation to you is to do a Google search if you're interested in joining the U.S. military, say the Army, and do a search for enlisting in the U.S. Army or enlisting in the Marine Corps or enlisting in the Navy. And it'll take you to a recruiting site. And there should be information there on a foreign national, how you do it. Each year, thousands of foreign nationals enlist in the U.S. military and serve faithfully and with honor, and they get on an accelerated path to citizenship. I don't know the exact stats, but something like after 3 years of honorable service, or maybe it's 5 years, you can get accelerated citizenship. So it is a path for that, and you earn a paycheck, and you get a Social Security number, and you contribute to America's defense and the world's defense, for that matter. So Fred Krueger, if you're interested in joining the U.S. military, by all means, do a Google search. But I'm not the subject matter expert on that. I never worked in recruiting command. I was busy developing officers, not recruiting soldiers. Henry Ford says, Lecker Stormer, you now make me just as proud. What's that? Just as proud as Trump. Okay, well, cool. Voices Revolution UN is not interested. Isn't there financial? Yes, they're not interested. Let's see what else we got. Only 1,600 likes. Wow. Hey. Wow, Beth. Yeah, but still, that's pretty good. But not nearly. I've had videos with a lot more than that. Great work, Chris. Good coverage. By the way, loving life is okay. Yeah. Okay. I want my to be an American and have that opportunity to prosper in such a great nation. Yeah, it's an awesome place. Look at you guys loving the USA. Don Smith. Dunbar Fundenberg. How do I subscribe to your channel? Right there at the bottom of the screen, Dunbar, there's a subscription button just below the video. Push subscribe, and just like that, you become a subscriber. I'm going to turn back on the super chats because people are signing up, and now we're not seeing it. That's been turned off because people were complaining about it when I had videos on. And the only way I could stop the sound was to turn it off. I turned the sound down. It didn't do the trick. So, folks, if you are subscribing to the channel, you should see it coming up there. But that's how you subscribe. If you want to become a member of Chris White Africa and support the channel financially, you can do that as well. Who's this? What's this? Rita Watermeyer, welcome. I didn't see Rita Watermeyer became a member. So I missed that. So my apologies, Rita. I always salute new members and renewing members. So I'm going to give you a salute. That's a sign of respect. So there you go. Thank you, Rita. Thank you very much, Rita, for becoming a financial supporter of the channel. You became a member, the Recruit team member. Folks, if you're in South Africa and you want to support the channel, it's easy. It's inexpensive. There it is, right there. Now, you're probably wondering, why did I do that? Why did I hold that salute? Well, that was in case you wanted to get a screen capture so you can see her name on it. Wizard just subscribed. Thanks a lot for subscribing, Wizard. Rita became a member. So if you become a member and support it, and in the U.S., it's $1.99 a month or $4.99 or $9.99, so not that expensive. In South Africa, YouTube just charges you 10 Rand. So there you go. Henry Ford just subscribed. Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it's awesome of you to subscribe. What else we got here? Turbognostics is back. Soldier God's Army. EFF is Zoro funded. It may be. I don't know. And let's see what else. Cheryl Tiafogel, that's a cool name too. Trump Chris, amazing. All right, cool. Stop the farm murders. I would love to immigrate to any other country. Yeah, any vaccines available? No vaccines. This moment, can anyone tell what happened in Senekal? All live went off. It's over. That's why. There's no live streams. But what happened is that the networks were saturated and people couldn't get through, and so they just collapsed under the weight of it. So that was part of it. That happened periodically. Also, some people live streaming, their batteries are running out. For instance, Sightlanders, their battery ran out a couple of times. Also, people were relying on the drones. The drones only last for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes at most. The batteries die on them, so you get a short-lived transmission from that. El Bono says, do you ever sleep, Chris? Well, not tonight, folks. I went to bed at midnight, and I got up at 3 a.m. to do this live stream for you folks. And thank you all so much for tuning in. I know a lot of people have disappeared because there's no excitement. Nobody's burning anything. Jonathan Hellhunt, thank you for subscribing. But thank you. We got over 2,200 people on the channel right now, and we're approaching the time I was going to live stream this morning anyway. So Tunes Venter just subscribed. Thank you so much for that subscription. Thanks for giving a voice to this issue, says Michael Hitchcock. I don't normally like Americans, but you're cool in my book. Well, why don't you like Americans, Michael? Why don't you like Americans? Tell me why you don't like Americans. I can probably eviscerate all of the stereotypes that you're probably relying to not like them. Bongani and Guania, SA now and forever. I'll stay until I get kicked out. Good for you, Bongani. Good job. Thanks for the super chat, Bongani and Guania. Maria's Fun Bellicum, thank you for the subscription. It's awesome. EFF is trash Senekal. They have, Jenny. We saw the footage. We have the photographic evidence from Big Daddy Liberty himself was transmitting on his channel, and I carried some of that footage here. Henry Ford has just become platoon leader level. I'll wait for that to come up. Saliki Klopa. Suliki Klopa. My apologies. I've never seen that given name before. But Klopa I can get right. Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Appreciate that. And Kyle says, please like the stream. Yeah, folks, you're here. We got over 2,000 people. If you haven't liked the stream, can you just smash that like button? Push that, because that's going to drive viewers to watch the video. So please smash the like button, folks. Really do appreciate it. Look at this. People subscribing left and right. Stewie, thank you so much for that. Henry Ford is coming up as a new platoon leader supporter. Greg Howell is coming up as a recruit team member. And then Chloe's coming up. Whoa, folks, look at this. People signing up. Look at that. So Pierre's a design. Pierre's a design. That's a good one. I like that. I have no idea what it means. Maybe you design clothing. I don't know, or buildings. But that's pretty cool. But we got a few folks coming up as members. I'm waiting. So Martine Dutoy just subscribed. Thank you for that so much. Ebenezer Schmidt. Most Americans are quick to condemn white South Africans. No, they're not. Most Americans don't know anything about South Africans, Ebenezer. I mean, who are you talking about? Kasper Labaskakny says, Jan Smuts said, in South Africa, the best thing never happens, but neither does the worst thing. Greep Funsile just subscribed. Kasper Labaskakny, I think you've summed it up quite well. The bloodletting that people predicted did not happen. Kwaku Dua just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. The bloodletting people predicted did not happen. Jenny says, will you save all the live videos on your site? I don't post them. Bongani is giving a super chat again. Thank you, Bongani, for that. I don't post the videos just to have the videos because they're not mine unless I do commentary. I will do commentary tonight, so you won't see it till tomorrow because I'm 6 hours behind South Africa. So I'll do commentary tonight because it's Friday on Duane van Hoystein. Thank you for subscribing. I will take and add commentary to the video to give it context, but not a lot of people watch it. So you'll be able to watch some of these videos later on, but you're not going to see that right now. Candace Owens, Trump, Pence, Kimberly Klasick, yeah, Ted Cruz, all good choices. Ross Mortimer, thank you so much for subscribing. Okay, let me get these memberships before they're gone. I'll give you a salute now. If it comes up on the screen, I'll do it. Chloe, oh, Greg, there you go. Greg Hall, become a member. So there's your salute, Greg. That was there, and now we got a couple others. Let me see who came. Henry Ford became a member. There's Henry Ford. Henry Ford, and we've got one more coming up that came up there. Chloe 6133, hopefully be coming up, and there it is. Thank you so much for that, Chloe. Thank you all for becoming members. Pete Buttons, when do you ever sleep is the question again. Sam G, total noob. A total noob. Well, welcome to the total noob. Yeah, when do I sleep? That's a good question. I get a few hours here and there. I don't sleep particularly well, folks. I typically get 15 to 20. Lisandra Botas just as well. I typically sleep for 15 or 20 minutes best at a time before I'm awoken repeatedly during the night. As a consequence of combat and other things that happened in uniform. So I don't sleep particularly well. Sometimes I sleep straight through. Mark McKenzie's just subscribed. Thank you for that. So I don't get a lot of sleep, but I do need the sleep. Otherwise, I get these little, these things here, which have appeared recently. I guess Vanity's appeared too because I noticed them. Why would I even notice them? But let's see. Outcast Gaming, RSA is just subscribed. Thank you for that. Please like Chris. He's awesome. Well, thank you, Jenny Guy. That's very kind of you. John Watson, not just like, share this channel. Okay, yeah, please share the channel, folks, with your friends, your family. Zwan the Man says almost 14,000 subscribers. Really? Well, let's get it over 15,000. Look, Daniel Jordan has just come in. By the way, folks, if you're new to the channel or you're just checking it out for the first time, I do all sorts of stuff on this channel. I cover all of Africa, and in the past, I've Jacques. Okay, thank you for subscribing. I have interviewed small-scale commercial farmers in Ghana, security expert for the Lake Chad Basin from Nigeria. I've also interviewed Ghanaian-American bankers, Nigerian-American business and trade people, interviewed people from New Zealand who are security experts on Africa, as well as interviewed politicians here in America on my segment for Liberty Under Assault, Politics of the USA, rugby players from around the world, but especially Springboks. Luan Cohn just subscribed. Thank you for that. People just keep coming, folks. And Springboks, Dolan Stanford, Sarah Saul, Andre Sneeman, Flock Silliers, Bram van Straten will be on the channel this Sunday. Also on Sunday, I'll have after Bram van Straten when we talk about the Care for Kings to raise money for the Kings staff and players who were left high and dry when the Southern Kings went belly up and liquidated on the 19th of September. He's raising money by auctioning off memorabilia today in South Africa on the 16th, and tomorrow, Saturday, on an online auction on Care for Kings. And check that out, folks. I'll have Bram on Sunday, and also after that, I'll have Earl Weber, who is a Jamaican immigrant, lives in Los Angeles, running for California's 37th Congressional District as a Republican. And he's a conservative, and he'll be interesting, a Jamaican immigrant. Remember how they tell you that Trump doesn't like immigrants, doesn't like people of color? All lies. Willem Engelbrecht has just become a subscriber. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so Richard van der Schijf, is it Scheif? Sorry. Thank you for letting the world see the EFF for what it really is. Yeah, they're thugs. They're thugs. And most of their followers are just uninformed, easily manipulated, and that's really sad but true. Someone just became a member. Who's that? Luan Cohn. Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment. So what else we got here? High treason report. Sam G, total noob, nice feed. How appalling that the EFF saying kill the bar at a court case for a young farmer's murder. Yeah, do they not get the irony of that? Twitching Blades just subscribed. Do they not get the irony? Please ask everyone to pray for South Africa. Yes, JP Pinar, people should pray for South Africa. Freedom in God just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Jacoba Lutz, the people should pray. The land don't belong to no one, just as Jesus made it. So whether you kill or not, still don't belong to you. But what I do know is that each of us have a last breath. Well, Jacob Lutz, thank you. Pounce, own you, thank you. But Jacob Lutz, thank you for those thoughts. But land does belong to people. The earth exists. People have title to land. There's nothing wrong with the land. So I'm not sure where your point is there, but you appreciate the sentiment. Basically calling for peaceful things. SP Potgita is just subscribed. Thank you for that. Hendo says, please share. Thank you for that, Hendo. And by the way, folks, can we give a shout out here? Oh, there's Sonette Esterhuizen. Oh, I'm waiting for that to come up. Is that who it was? No, okay, we got 2 of them coming up. I'm still waiting for 2 people to come up. I'll wait. Oh, and someone else just joined. Wow, people are signing up left and right. Thank you so much for that. Waiting for the memberships to come up. It's okay. Morning von Vike. But I lost track of what I was saying there. I got distracted for a moment. Sorry about that, folks. So most South Africans hate the arrogant Americans. We like Texans a lot. What arrogant Americans, Henko Steenberg? Carol Harmsay just subscribed. What arrogant Americans? Who are you talking about? I always love that story because when people get to know Americans, they're not arrogant. It's like Germans are rude. They're not rude. It's just the culture is different. You have to understand it. Noni Olivia is just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Lots of memberships coming up. People signing up for the channel. This is really awesome, folks. Rita Watermeyer, we already did that one. Oh, you upgrade your membership to $2. Wow, thank you. I actually make some money on that one a little bit. Whoops. So Daniel Frey just got a free salute, but Rita, that's for you for upgrading. And we've got more coming up here. I haven't seen them come on screen yet, so I'm going to do them. If they come up again, I'll give you a salute again. But Luan Kohn, welcome. Wow, I timed that right, didn't I? You came up just as I was doing it. Deval Lotus says, I'm glad that the white upturn was good. A Sonnet Esterhuizen has just become a member. This is for you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. What is that? Renier Schutter says, I'm from South Africa, immigrated to Germany, escaped the violence, corruption, hate, and provide a better future for my children. I miss my home and it's sad I can't feel safe in my country. I agree with you, Renier. The hundreds of thousands, several million expatriate South Africans, white, black, William Xander Mia Christie. That's an interesting name. The millions of South Africans, white, black, colored, and Indian who've had to flee South Africa for New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, the United States. It's sad for you. It really is sad. The closest thing in the USA to South Africa is Texas. I don't know about that. I think Arizona is actually a lot closer to South Africa than Texas is. Yeah, it's very much like South Africa. Jennifer Dutoy just subscribed. Congratulations. Your channel got a lot of new subs today. We did, Francois. Quite a bit. That's going really good. Thanks. Thank you to the 2,000 who still tuned into this. You've been watching so far Chris White Africa on the Daba Africa channel, covering events taking place in Senekal today. Let me see if any more videos come in since you guys are stuck with me here. What's this? I'm trying to find it here real quick. And I got people writing to me here, and they don't realize that I'm streaming live right now for other business unrelated to this. So I'm not seeing videos that I'm looking for here. Let me see if this one's actually useful, folks, and I can bring it in. Lots of people subscribe. Okay, yeah, this looks like an EFF thing here. So I'll play this video for you. This is when they were actually speaking. It might be Juju. I'm not sure. I can't tell. I'm just going to play it. I'm not screening these videos, folks. So what did I miss here? I don't want to miss the members here, so let me get back to that. So Rita Watermeyer, we got Lewin Koch, we got Sonnet Esterhuizen, we got I did not get Vian van Rensburg. Welcome to Vian. I'll wait till that to go down. Vian, thank you so much. Here's your salute. There you go. And if I missed it when it came up, my apologies for that. And then we also have Superior African Hunting Safaris. Welcome to you as well. As soon as that goes down, I'll offer you a salute. This is the Superior African Hunting Safaris. Thank you so much for your support. Awesome, folks. Thank you very much for those becoming members of the channel. It's really great. And also for the subscribers. It's brilliant, folks. So economy here sucks. No jobs. I've been trying to get a job for a year and a half. No, Jenny, I got you. It's also the racism discrimination. Beverly Nawakal, I've been told the murderers have been given bail. Yeah, I also heard that. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Andre Pinar sits in jail, being charged with frivolous crimes. His judgment was bad. His words were not well chosen, but he certainly didn't. And now the terrorism charges were dropped, but he's still accused of attempted murder. Simone Sonic Esterhuizen has just come up and become a member. Wow, man, people. Simone Sunik Esterhuizen. I'll give you a salute here in just a second. Nice avatar. Bianca Schultz, thank you for subscribing. Simone, there you go. All right, so I'm trying to get this video in here, folks. See if I can pull this off very quickly. Where's it at? Okay, so I want to get this in. This one looks to be the EFF playing their speech game, and we'll see what they did here. EFF speaks. Okay, let me get this one up. And Denny DeBeer just subscribed. Thank you for that. Appreciate you subscribing. And okay, where are we at here? Here we go. This is EFF.
It's 20-1, Senekal, 16 October 2020. This is the remnants of the EFF. The farmers and their supporters have evacuated the town. They've made the statement they wanted to make, I believe, according to them. And EFF still have their stage set up. They are now singing their version of struggle songs. Julius Malema is still in Senekal. He is in court with Minister Becky Cele, Minister of Police. There's a couple of hundred EFF supporters still left here in Senekal, but everything is quiet now. The people on stage are actually encouraging people to be a bit more vociferous and to join in the singing more, but as you can see, not a lot of energy left here.
All right, so there you go, folks. That's another video. I got a lot of catching up here to do with members very quickly. I'm going to do that, but someone said it was about 40 ninjas. Hi, my name is Vincent Pelzer. Hi, Vincent. Welcome to you. Thanks for coming in. Feel free to become a subscriber to the channel. Meanwhile, he's amazing and a black Republican. Who's that? You talking about Big Daddy Liberty? Anyway, or are you talking about Earl Weber from Los Angeles? I'm a little bit behind, but let me catch up here very quickly, folks. Jaco van der Merwe says, Chris, an Ironman Colonel Marathon stream today. Not my longest stream, folks. I've done 4 hours and 35 minutes previously, or 4 hours and 25 minutes. 14,000 subscribers, says HBM Air. Thank you for the update. That's awesome. Let's keep pushing to 15,000 today. Cheryl, let me give you a salute. Oh, there's Vian van Rensburg. So it looks like these memberships are coming in later than when I see them on the screen. But let me catch the ones that have come in since then. Cheryl has become a supporter for the channel. Cheryl, thank you so much. Lovely avatar. I like that. Let me give you a salute very quickly here once Johnny's off the screen. Thanks, Johnny. So that's for Cheryl. For Marius Skeppers, Storm Weber's just subscribed. Marius Sheppers, let me welcome Marius Sheppers and thank you for your, it's actually Skeppas, I think is how you pronounce it, if I'm not mistaken. Marius Skeppers, thank you. Folks, thank you for supporting the channel. Stephen Horn just subscribed. Thank you. Nikki Klopper says there's a lot of speculation that the murder accused got bail. Can we get clarification? Until SABC or one of the other fraudulent mainstream media actually reports it, it's going to be difficult to do. But we're just reporting what people reported to us. I can't confirm that, but I wouldn't be surprised by it. We'll see. Me, you, good work, Chris. My work has seen me go to the USA many times, and I have to say Americans are some of the most helpful and friendly people I've ever met. Well, thank you, me, you. I agree. Americans, by and large, are exactly that, and the stereotypes about Americans are perpetuated by foreign politicians for their own domestic considerations. It's just vile and disgusting. Look at the Germans, Angela Merkel, and her nonsense she talks about Donald Trump and she says about America. She's just full of it. Byers Van Niekak, thank you for subscribing. Gareth Jones says, Chris, well done on the growth of your channel. It shows your content is informative. Well, thank you, Gareth. I think it is informative. Adele Van der Vault. Boy, I love the Van der Vaults. There's so many Van der Vaults who hang out in this channel. And wow, that just, am I that far behind? That far behind. The Brew is still here. Hey, Brew, thank you for telling me about that. Adele Van der Vault, welcome as a recruit team member. That's for you. What else we got here? We got Nicole Laubscher, Jordina Kila. Okay. Beverly is back. Thank you for all the good work, and thank you for supporting South Africa. Love and light to you all. Thank you. Peace and culture. Thank you for the outcome today. Proud that farmers use peace. Proud that farmers realize you don't need to meet the enemy on their terms. Exactly right. Well done by the farmers. Well behaved. The Brew. Senekal murders not granted bail. Still cross-examining. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brew. Just don't believe anything you hear or read. As I said, I can't confirm any of that. So, but thank you for that. Redline, thank you for covering this. As a Namibian citizen, there's cause for concern. Yeah, Namibia also has some. Thomas O'Reilly just subscribed. Are you related to Bill O'Reilly? Thank you for subscribing. Andre Ungara, the reason why the ANC were not present is because they're all implicated in the corruption. That may be true, but that's also speculation. Andre Prinsloo just subscribed. Always love the surname Prinsloo. I always think of Sandra Prinsloo, yeah, from way back in the day. Remember The Gods Must Be Crazy? Sandra Prinsloo. We made 14,000 subs. Yes, we did. Thank you, Dietlef Mola. We did. That's right. This is a community, folks. Armand Jordan, thank you for subscribing. Debbie Ditzela, what is happening is sad. Death, irrespective of color, must be condemned, not to be politicized. We're all equal in God's eyes. Young man, Habaroni, Botswana, God bless. Debbie Ditzela, are you from Habaroni? Otsihinijan, Deborah. Debbie, otsihili-chang. Hey, dumela ma, otsihili-chang. Ketsihili setne. Galabo. Debbie Ditsele, welcome if you're from Botswana. Awesome to have you here. Okay. May he rest. Okay, awesome to have you there. And I agree, Debbie. Botswana is a wonderful country where people don't give a flying flip about your ethnicity or race. People just get along in Botswana. And it's such a nice contrast to the nonsense that you get from the EFF and from many members of the ANC. Racialized society. Jacques Fourie, thank you for subscribing. Anastasia Maitis, please address the gender-based violence in South Africa. Women and children are being raped and violently killed. Anastasia, I do address it multiple times. That was not the topic today, but I'll discuss it very quickly here. Simone Sunik has become a member. Esther Huizen. The membership feeds are way behind, so I saw it long ago in the chat, but there you go. That's a second salute for that. And Jacques Villon just subscribed. So I have said many, many times I've talked about gender-based violence on this channel. I've covered the death of the Tswana-speaking black South African woman north of Pretoria when she was 8 months pregnant, and she was brutally stabbed and murdered in double homicide. I covered that when it occurred several months ago. I talk about gender-based violence all the time. I also talk about the UCT student who was lured to her death by a vile rapist, murdering thug at the post office who wouldn't give her a package so he can murder her later on after he raped her. I talk about the death, the butchering of the farmer's wife in Veenen, Nair Veenen, on the Ayub farm, a 26-year-old Indian South African who had her throat slit. Gender-based violence is something I do talk about all the time. Unlike Cyril Ramaphosa and the African National Congress, I've been talking about gender-based violence for years. Now, you don't know that because I didn't have a public voice. My voice was behind the wire in classified conversations and diplomatic conversations. Pinky the Brain just subscribed. I just recently retired from active duty in October 2019, and now that I'm no longer serving military officer, I have freedom of speech once again and can speak. And so I started streaming on this platform to help people overcome the lockdown, the capricious lockdown from the African National Congress, and also hear my governor in Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf. Keenan Janssen von Rensburg just subscribed. Thank you for that. And so I started doing these streams to keep people informed, so people wouldn't be socially isolated, so they wouldn't succumb to depression and suicide and things like that, and covering interesting topics: painters, singers, politicians, farmers, tobacco farmers, all sorts of things, covering all kinds of topics. Adela van der Walt, that one finally came up. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Yeah, so I do talk about gender-based violence, and we can talk about that in a stream specifically about that if you'd like. Cheryl became a member. There you go. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for that. Redline, thank you for covering this. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. And Marius Skeppers. Thank you so much, Marius. Voiceless Revolution, estimated 1 million white British girls groomed by a certain section of society. I don't know about 1 million, but there is not a certain section. It's largely South Asians who were recruiting sex slaves in the United Kingdom, covered up for over a decade by the police and by government officials who were well aware that vulnerable young girls were being recruited, plied with drugs, being molested, raped, and sold as sex slaves by South Asians. It was covered up because the police were afraid of being called racist instead of doing their job. The fact that a person of color commits a crime and you investigate it and prosecute does not make you a racist. It makes you a responsible public official. The fact that you ignore it makes you a bigot and makes you a failure when it comes to public safety. Thousands, not hundreds, thousands of young English girls aged 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 recruited by South Asians. And we have now dozens of these scumbags put in prison for their crimes. But this has continued, particularly in the Midlands, from Manchester, Liverpool, Sheffield, over to Leeds and across to York. This is happening endlessly. Ansa has become a member. Sorry, I was a little slow there, Ansa, but there's your salute. Appreciate it. Yeah, it actually does happen. I do talk about it a lot. Kasper Labaskak, Network 24 had the iconic video today, but I cannot post a link. This is the last part of the YouTube address. Okay, thank you for that. The chanter sounds drunk. What chanter? Over 100,000 Africans in Texas. That's possible, Greg. I don't have the actual facts. Senekal murder is not granted bail, still cross-examining, says the brew. Yeah, you already said that, man. Are you just repeating? Baya Funda Merva subscribers. Jeff Funda Merva says, awesome. Let's see what else here. Kira Kloti left all family behind last year to come to Scotland. Miss our beautiful home and family. Hope things turn around. Originally from Zimbabwe. Lost farms. Now pray for our farmers in South Africa. Well, Kiara Kloti, Zimbabwe is a place I often talk about too. I've done lots of reportage on Zimbabwe. I was the first person that I'm aware of publicly to call it a coup in 2017 when the Zimbabwe Zimbabwe National Defense Force actually did a coup and overthrew Mugabe. 15 hours after the coup started, I posted a article on LinkedIn which talked about that actually being a coup, and it took a week before other folks bothered to actually report this and call it a coup. They were reticent to call it a coup. I was not reticent. I called it a coup within 15 hours of that happening. And so interesting that you share that that you came from Zimbabwe. Where, Kiara Kiloti, where were you in Zimbabwe, if you don't mind sharing? And where was your farm? I've also covered this endlessly. I've also covered the national heroes of Zimbabwe who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. That would be, not a couple of years, yeah, last year. Morgan Tsvangirai and, of course, Roy Bennett, two national heroes who passed away, two victims of ZANU-PF and their thuggery. But I'm trying to get to the article now that I wrote LinkedIn to share that link with you very quickly, folks. So where is it? Zimbabwe's coup, November 15th, 2017. I wrote this within 15 hours of the coup starting, and I stand by my assessment. It was factually correct at the time, and it remains factually correct to this day. I hit it spot on. There you go, folks. Zimbabwe's coup from 2017. If you're curious, you can check that out. Publish that. It's still up there. Not a lot of people read it, but that's all right. Still got it right. Christian Stridham is just subscribed. Let's see, we've got some new members here. I don't want to miss them. Lance, welcome to you. Ooh, at the Master and Commander level. Thank you so much for that. Buy a donkey. Alistair Murray just subscribed. And then we got Byron Smith, became a recruit team member. Thank you so much for that, Byron. Let's give you a salute. They should come up again later on, but I don't want to miss them, so make sure we got it there. And then Christian Stridham. Stridham has just become a recruit member as well. Thank you so much for that, Christian. I appreciate that. Madeline Fortinella has subscribed. Christian, thank you. Buy donkey to everyone who's become a member and supported the channel today, and all of you who subscribed. James Snuggs. Not everybody has the resources or means to be a member, but thank you for those who are. Let's see. What else we got here? I'm catching up. Maybe there's hope for South African channels like this. Well, thank you, Nicole. Dennis Milne says, just in a fun fight, just subscribe. We all need to follow EFF Money Trail. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Finally, some criminals are going into the docket for the VBS scandal in South Africa. But you notice the first one convicted was a white South African. But Julius Malema claiming that the rules are different for whites. Yeah, they're the ones that are discriminated against by the government. Anastasia, Chris, please address the gender-based violence in South Africa. I already did that. I guess I'm behind in the chat. Sorry about that. Ansa, okay, became a recruit team member again. I thought I already did Ansa. I already saluted Ansa, so I'll do it again. I'm way behind here for some reason. Catch up. Anyway, let me catch up here. Go get some rest. We need you. No, I'm not going to rest yet, folks. I'm going to go for a bit longer here. At least another half hour. I'll do this stream to get up to about 4 hours, folks, and then we'll call it there. But I will be back on later today. Love Joe Rogan. Also talked about the crap going on here in South Africa, one of his shows. Yako, I don't watch Joe Rogan. I only happen to catch him denigrating the Veritas, Project Veritas, and I didn't appreciate that. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. Project Veritas is a brilliant effort by investigative journalists to expose fraud going on here in America. It's something like what you used to see out of Carte Blanche many years ago when it actually did some useful stuff. Let's see. Archie is a Rhodesian. Awesome, Archie C. Good for you. No more news while they have lunch. Buy a donkey's funning. It's not trolling. No, buy a donkey's not trolling. Or you could buy a horse if you can't afford a donkey or you prefer a horse. EFF is a terrorist organization, Robert. You know it. I've said it repeatedly. They are a domestic terrorist organization. No doubt about it. Oh, what's this? Is this, is this Floyd Shavumbu? Oh, look at that. Juju and Floyd Shavumbu. Floyd needs to lose a little weight there. He's putting on some pounds. I thought I was worried about my weight in in retirement, but Floyd is looking kind of pudgy there. What's this? What's this here? People are talking here, and I don't know what that's about. Okay. What's this video here? I'm trying to download another video, folks, and see what it is for you. Okay, here we go. This is another video here. Another one. Let me just bring this one up, and I'll play this one for you, folks. One group played music and held bribes. This is a joke. What's a joke? I don't know if it's a joke. So media source. Okay. Etienne Murray just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Audience is dwindling down. People have been with us for a long time, so those who are dwindling, you got to go. Appreciate it. But here's another video from what happened out there today.
That Julius Malema, of course, he's instigating these people to be here today. And he said specifically, if it's a civil war, so be it. We say, we are here. If you want one, we will give it to you. We're not looking for it. But we will not stand back. We will fight for our rights. And it's in any case...
All right, folks. Yeah, there's no. The question from Jaco Vandenberg is Project Veritas a Republican project? No, it's an independent media project, independent investigative journalism project. Curran, spelled with a C, says apparently there was some clash between EFF and Boer protesters. EFF preventing the Boer from leaving. Saw a clip from News Africa channel put up about 30 minutes ago. Okay, thank you, Curran. I didn't see that. Power Electronics, your 3D world is said to move and spin. I have no idea what's going on there. That's funny. Yorgos Polonifis, could you reiterate your opinion of what's happening today? It's really refreshing to see an American covering this. Thank you. Yeah, Yorgos, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Meanwhile, David Van Heerden has become a member, and I don't want to miss that, so I'm going to salute David Van Heerden. Thank you for. Oh, Christian Stryden, there you go. That's a long time ago. So that's just come up. Yeah, so my opinion on what's happened today is that Julius Malema called on his fighters to show up and to cause problems. And he said that they were there ostensibly to protect state property. But let me make a little thing clear for Julius Malema. You are a member of parliament and the head of a political party. You have no role in protecting state property. The function of protecting state property is the responsibility of the South African Police Service, Metro Police, the South African National Defense Forces, and the intelligence services of South Africa, as well as the bureaucracy of South Africa. They're the ones responsible for protecting state property, not Julius Malema, not the EFF. So your arrival on the scene was fraudulent. You've come there to protest what? Julius Malema goes on News Africa and says, these generals, these Boer generals, they couldn't scare us. We threw rocks at them during apartheid. You didn't throw anything, you bonehead. You weren't even around. You were in your nappies back then, sucking on your thumb, Julius Malema, wetting your nappies. You weren't doing anything when people were throwing rocks in the 1980s. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. Francois van Josveld just subscribed. So he called on his cadre, his group to go out there and to toy and cause chaos. But he said that they were there to protect state property. But what did the EFF do? We've seen the evidence of it. Big Daddy Liberty had it on his stream, showed it. We showed that footage. They destroyed public property. They damaged the rubbish bins, the refuse bins, which are made out of concrete. They crushed them and broke them apart. They trashed the streets. They damaged people's private property on the streets. They damaged state-owned property. They weren't protecting state property. And then they intimidated and threatened members of the public. We see a young man wearing an ANC t-shirt. They rip it off of him. They rip it off him in front of people who are filming. They're not shy. Danny Van Heerden. Or David. There's your salute, David Van Heerden. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. They tear a shirt off a young black man. They tear it off, and then they try to burn it. But they're so inept, they're not even capable of burning it, so they throw it on the street, and then they make him put another shirt on. They strip him of his dignity. They whine about being stripped of their dignity by apartheid, which ended 26 years ago, and blame white South Africans for being stripped of their dignity. They strip other black Africans of their dignity. They are thugs. That's what the EFF did. Meanwhile, many groups of Boer and Boer supporters, farmers, South African farmers, showed up, including those sponsored by AfriForum and others who were outside, away from the courthouse, outside of town even. Meanwhile, the EFF goes in the center of town, causes chaos. They ran through the streets at one point. They attacked a motorcycle rider, knocking him off his motorcycle, and then they started throwing rocks at journalists. We've seen the evidence of that. That was fed by the Sightlanders media feed. They provided that. That's what the EFF did. They came up to distract from what's going on. And then they said the ANC must fall. The ANC must fall. That's what they started toying. When asked penetrating questions, simple questions like, why are you here? A young lady wearing an EFF shirt said, I'm here to stop the racism. And, Big Daddy Liberty says, what racism? Well, I'm not really sure. Well, of course you're not sure. The racism is coming from the people you're supporting, the economic freedom fighters, Julius Malema, Floyd Shivambu. Those are the people perpetuating and promulgating racist narratives. That's who's doing it, not farmers. And Big Daddy Liberty said this is about Brendan Horner. Yes, it was originally about Brendan Horner, but today was about so much more than Brendan Horner. The 6th of October was to honor Brendan Horner, but it was about so much more than Brendan Horner. That's the truth. All right, Paul Pooter says the short incident happened with, I don't know, I can't read what you're saying there. Let me see what else. Beverly, okay, you guys are talking to each other here. Now, great channel. Thank you, Chris. GJC Kurtzia, you're welcome. EFF, Elsa Famulin says EFF was there to see the murderers get bail. They were there to cause chaos. That's what it's about. Hendrik Smith, are there any footages of the SA support personalities who bent a knee for BLM that did the same for Brendan Hill? Ooh, that is a brilliant question. No, there aren't, Hendrik. There aren't for that or for the murder of the Brunt family, 83-year-old father, 73-year-old mother, 54-year-old daughter. Nothing for Edward Neumeister, the Austrian immigrant to South Africa who's been there for over 4.5 decades, beat to death with a panga, butchered so severely with mortal wounds that he was not recognizable by his daughter for the funeral. Beckett Seeley was in court. That was him in court, yes, with Julius Malema, and that speaks volumes, folks. Here you go. Where's that at? Here's the gangster himself. There you go, Beckett Seeley. That's him right there. There you go, right next to Julius Malema. That speaks all you need to know about what's happening in South Africa. Collusion between the police and the domestic terrorists, also disguised as a political party. Yeah, did they burn the NC later? No, I never saw it burn. It might have burned. Hendo says, please email your links to Chris White. Email, click on the tab button, scroll down. Thank you, Hendo, for showing that. Also, Hendo, put the link up to show people how they can learn about how YouTube works, because not everybody understands. So that's the one where I talk about subscriptions and membership and super chats and all that. Explains everything on YouTube. It'll help you with all kinds of channels, not just with Chris White Africa, so you understand YouTube better. Anyway, I did that a couple months ago. Hendo, if you can put that link up, I know you have the URL handy. So Petrus Meyer says, don't think the FF Fat Boys know how big hiding they'll get from Boer. Yep. Oh, they did burn it, Info Swiss Oil says. Yeah, they tried. They tried. Let's see what else. Why is Nico being deleted? What did Nico say? Oh, no, Karen can't share the clip because you can't do that. That YouTube prevents people from sharing links in here. Only moderators can do that. Only see Chris White email on your computer, folks, not on mobile phones. Thank you for pointing that out. Betsy, great channel. Thanks so much, Kobe. It's my pleasure. EFF dictates the NC what to do. Yeah, exactly right. That's exact. Spiker Hone is back. I haven't seen you in a while. Rion Reader, hi, Chris. Is there a way to immigrate to U.S. without lots of money? Maybe you know. Yeah, you've got to get a job in the U.S. and you can come here on a work visa. That's the bottom line. So you just got to find it. That's the key thing. Cuckoo. Cheers, Chris and team. Looking forward to seeing those explosive documents unveiled here on your channel. Have a great day. Thanks a lot. Power Electronics is back with that 3D thing. I don't know what that is again. Ross Mortimer. And all this before lunch. God help us, says Anton LaRue. That's true, folks. It's now after lunch in South Africa. It's now 7:16 in the morning here in the East Coast of the United States. I want to thank everybody who's tuned in so far. Really great. Sad thing is nothing will happen. That's right. No charge will be preferred. Antonio Goncalves is just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. You're right. Nothing will happen to the EFF. Julius Malema can call for violence, telling people to shoot people. He can tell people to burn down click stores. He can tell his fighters to go fight and attack and show them AK-47s. They can actually show up with weapons, and nothing happens to them. Nothing happens to them. Chloe says, I'm immigrating to the U.S. next year, going to San Francisco. Well, that's not the right answer, Chloe, unless you've got a job there. San Francisco is the third world. I was there 2 years ago for the Rugby World Cup, for the Sevens World Cup, and it is the third world. People dropping their trousers in broad daylight, downtown central San Francisco, defecating on the sidewalk. Hypodermic needles laying all over the sidewalks. Walking out of a hotel that costs $500 a night. By the way, I can't afford $500. I use my Hilton Honors points. I use my points, so I stay there for free. But walking out of a hotel that costs $500 US a night to stay in downtown San Francisco, being accosted by a toothless, strung-out heroin addict prostitute, and avoiding her, walking to the corner, and then dodging around hypodermic needles, piles of human feces, the stench of urine, and then watching dozens of rats the size of small cats wander around in front of a bank building. That is San Francisco. What a cesspool. They have destroyed that town. They have destroyed that town. Absolutely. Absolutely. Daz is giving a super chat. Well, if you're not going to rest, at least get another coffee. I will get another coffee. Actually, a little bit left here, so. All right, folks, if you don't disappear, I'll go get myself another Starbucks. It only takes me about 15 seconds. Hang tight. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I don't need this anymore because nobody's calling in. That's rather disappointing. No one's calling in. So let me just make sure we got this thing going here. Okay, good. All right, I don't want to lose my video feed. So someone just subscribe. Okay. All right, got the feedback up. Got the sound up. Oh, there we go. All right, so Gideon Fonsal just subscribed. Thank you for that. Please more the like button. Yeah, please more. We're over 2,000. Rhodesian says you're doing an excellent job. Well, thank you so much for that. Rion Reader, thanks. You're welcome. Marie Hamilton, Dems caused America to decay. Indeed, they have. Look at Detroit. Detroit is pathetic. I mean, there are third world, developing world cities that are far better than Detroit by a wide margin. Okay, let's see. Trumpelstiltskin, Pelosi's area, exactly. That's San Francisco. Benjamin von Staden, Nashville, Orlando. Nashville's awesome. Orlando's popular. Seattle is controlled by the leftists. It's a beautiful city, but they've destroyed it with their spatial planning and their nonsense. But it's a beautiful city. I enjoy Seattle. Lovely. Orlando, people love it. I don't like Florida, so I wouldn't try to switch. But Nashville rocks. Nashville's unbelievable. My brother lives in Nashville. It's awesome down there. It's a beautiful place. Wonderful. And if you're into country music, it's pretty nice for that. I'm not. Starbucks heading to Cape Town soon. Yeah, well, that's good to hear because the people that had the franchise were losing money. It looked like it was going to close. Kilometers per hour says, I've been attacked 3 times in my life. Emigrating end of this month. Sad to go. It's unfortunate. Mkonde Beme, what South Africa needs is a group hug. Well, I don't disagree with you. That group hug would be good, but you're not going to get a group hug from the EFF. You're not going to get a group hug from about 40 to 60% of the ANC. Those people are bent on racial supremacy and killing people and chasing them into the sea. That's what they're all about. Elson Nika became a recruit team member. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, Elsie Naker. And my apologies for butchering your surname if I did it. Rita Anderson, I haven't seen yours come up yet, but you became a platoon leader. Thank you. I thought you already a member. Maybe you just have been a subscriber. But thank you, Rita, for becoming a platoon leader. Awesome. I'm going to have to do some videos coming up very soon, folks. Oh, there you go. There's Elsa. Thank you so much for that. So, Rita, that was for you. And then Elsa already got that one. And then we have a super chat from Pete Gowan. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's awesome. That's just a stripper chat, huh? Anyway, I need to send you a Sharks shirt. Nothing against the Bulls, just like the Sharks more, says Jamie Maddox. Well, I'll be happy to take the Sharks jersey, but I have one. I just didn't wear it today. I didn't wear it today. I don't have a Cheetahs jersey, so I didn't wear it. I got something as close as possible. I know it's not the same, but I wore this jersey this morning. Chris White, I want to come over to America. I would love to go to Texas. And whereabouts you? I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in central Pennsylvania, which is 3 hours from New York City by car, 2 hours from Washington, D.C., an hour and 45 minutes from Baltimore, and 2 hours from Philadelphia. So in a really good spot, centrally located. There are around me 4 minor league hockey teams, plus I can get to Philadelphia and D.C. to watch professional hockey. I can watch about a dozen minor league baseball teams, all within an hour to an hour and a half of driving from where I'm at, from multiple leagues at different levels in the summertime. And I can also go to see the mountains. I have mountains right outside my home, about a kilometer from where I'm at. I can go hiking in the mountains right there. They're not big mountains. We're not talking about the Drakensberg. This is the worn down Appalachians, but they're right here. The higher mountains are a little bit further to the southwest where I'm at in Maryland, very close by. Gettysburg Battlefield is just about a half hour, 20 minutes away from where I'm at. I can drive there. So lots to see there. And it's quite a beautiful location. Lots of history around here from Native Americans, from the Amish, the Mennonites, as well as many other things taking place. Am I missing any members here? No. Okay, just double checking. Yeah, Voiceless Revolution said EFF sound like they're the government's own Antifa, rent-a-mob. They are. They're rent-a-mob, essentially is what they are. The Brew would like to immigrate to Texas. Well, but the Brew, if we let you into Texas, you have to stop saying garage. You're going to have to say garage, man. You must say garage, Brew. Inside joke. Brew knows what I'm talking about. MXM, the EFFers are the ANC. Well, they were, and they certainly have ties to them. Ava Lily, I was shocked that CNN actually challenged Nancy for once. Yeah, well, that was Wolf Blitzer, and then she called him a Republican operative. Are you serious? If you watch CNN, Nancy Pelosi, she's lost the plot. Croy Thompson, good to see you there. My apologies about my ignorance. Are citizens allowed to legally carry in South Africa? What are farmers doing? Reference guns for protection. Yeah, people can carry in South Africa, but the African National Congress for the past 15 years has tried to make gun ownership illegal. They tried it many different methods. One way that they went about it is they demanded that they passed legislation that required people to register all firearms. That included, firearms from like 200 years ago, which people never registered because it's historic. But what they did is they didn't make the forms available in most locations. So people tried to go and legitimately register their firearms, only to be told there are no forms. We don't have them. Come back. And they came back. The deadline passed, and they criminalized the behavior of law-abiding South Africans for having firearms and not having them registered. But they wouldn't register them. So they've tried all sorts of things to keep people from having firearms. If you get a mild charge, you can lose your license. I'm not an expert on firearms. Paratus is a YouTube channel. He's a South African who knows everything about guns, Croy, in South Africa. So look up Paratus, which is the Latin word, of course, Paratus, P-A-R-A-T-U-S, Paratus. Fantastic. Been a guest on my channel. He's a wonderful guy. Knows all about firearms, firearm safety, firearm acquisition, open carry, concealed carry, all those things. He can tell you all about that. I'm not the expert, Croy, but he definitely knows that. Let's see. I think we'll be able to talk. The Amish, they talk a kind of Dutch. No, it's not Dutch. It's a misnomer. The English speakers in Pennsylvania couldn't speak German. And so when they saw Deutsch, which is German, they thought it was Dutch, and they started calling them Dutch. They call them the Pennsylvania Dutch. They're not Dutch. There's no Dutch. The Dutch settled in New Amsterdam, New York City, the Schenectady, the Hudson Valley. That's where the Dutch were at. And a small number of them settled in Delaware as well. But the Dutch weren't in Pennsylvania. No, those were the Deutsch, the Germans. And these were the followers of they're Mennonites after Amen Menon, and the Amish who broke away from Mennonites because the Mennonites were too liberal. So those groups settled here, Germans from southwestern Germany and also from Alsace-Lorraine and also Switzerland. Those groups came here in the 17th century and the 18th century, but mostly the 17th century. Down to the Culkus just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Daz says, FY Paratus used to be the SADF magazine back in the day. Don't know if it's still published. Yeah, it was the name of the magazine. Yeah, but there's a dude who does, he's really, really good, knows all about firearms in South Africa and the rules. Let's see what else. The case has been postponed. What, Erica? The case is postponed? Does the ANC want this to happen again? Andre Unger says, do you know how we can acquire weapons? I have no idea how you acquire weapons in South Africa. Legally, I have no idea how it's done. I know how to acquire weapons here. You don't go to Dick's Sporting Goods and you don't go to Walmart because those fascists have stopped carrying firearms. You have to go elsewhere. Z says, that's a good one, Z. Rustin Scott, the NC disbanded the commando groups in 1994. They were scared. No, that's not correct, Rustin. That's not correct. The commando system was disbanded starting in 2005, 2006. That's when they disbanded the commandos. I know because I wrote about it in a different part of the world, which you can't see. And I said that disbanding the commando system would have a deleterious effect on security in South Africa, and that within a decade, the number of murders and violent crimes taking place in South Africa would be horrific. And I was correct. They disbanded 168 commando units, and the basis they gave for this, they claimed that the commandos were a racist organization. They were a system of apartheid, which is nonsense. The commandos predate apartheid by hundreds of years, had nothing to do with apartheid. And the image of the commando being the folks who would grab their rifle, grab their powder, put their saddlebags on their horse when the village or the town or a nearby farm was under attack, either by the Ndebele under Mzilikazi or attacked by the Zulu, on the betrayal of people like Dingani, the Minutemen, or the commandos would rise up, they would form together, and they would go out and they would campaign and protect property and people. That's the commando system. By the end of apartheid, when the ANC took over, there were 168. They were reserve units, not active force units, so they weren't operational all the time. They typically were operated on the weekends and sometimes during the week for short periods of time. They did rural security. They did interdiction of drugs. They seized tons of mandrax and daga and other illicit drugs, and they provided rural security and response force that was quite useful and valuable in the rural areas. The ANC disbanded because they said they were racist, and they lied about it. They lied because they were afraid of the commandos. The reality is that the newest 4 regiments in the commando system were all units based in KwaZulu-Natal, and they were entirely Zulu. Everyone in the unit was a Zulu. And for those Zulu, most of them didn't have any formal employment. Their only job was actually when they were called to do commando work. And so the ANC is a bunch of liars, and they're absolute liars. Everything comes out of their mouth is utter bullshit, and they lied about the commando system, and they disbanded it. And people sat back quietly and just took it. Oh, okay. No. And this is one of the reasons why security is so poor in rural South Africa, because they disbanded the commando system. Now, the commandos had problems. It wasn't a perfect solution. The fact that they were reserve units instead of active units was a problem. Also, they weren't always the most cooperative with the police, who they should have been, but the police aren't very cooperative with other people, so it's a two-way street. But the commando system wasn't perfect, but it provided a far greater degree of security than what we see in South Africa today. So not 1994, unless you misspoke. It was starting in the middle part of the aught decade in this century. Do competency tests and apply. Wait 3 months for SABs. Give it to you. Buy a firearm. Wait another 3 months for minimum license to be approved. Wait a month for a card. Then you collect. Wow, that sounds like a year, Stevie. Ruben Sean Boason, Joe Biden makes impassioned speech on apartheid, resurfaced 1986 footage. Yeah, he's a clown. He's a clown. We've seen that. Very lengthy and tedious process, says the bro. But they'll take it away from you in a heartbeat when you're accused of a crime. Peter DeBeer has just subscribed. Thank you so much for that. Cole Archery says here, folks, we've just gone over 4 hours and it's almost 7:30. So as much as I hate to go, I need to get ready and take a shower and go to the Army War College and prep for today's last round of rehearsals and prepare for the exercise next week. So my apologies for taking off, but I'm going to cut out of here now. And I want to thank you all so much. I can't even begin to cover the super chats or the subscribers or the members. Hopefully I've caught them as they came across. Thank you all so much for the support. Please tune back in the channel. Don't be a one-time drive-by. Hey, I subscribed. It sounded cool. I enjoyed the stream. Come back to the channel and watch the content. It covers all of Africa, videos on Sudan, Women's Day, the AU, Liberia, Mali, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa. I do videos on all these things, and I talk about all these different geostrategic topics, economics, culture, language. And for those who don't know, I speak 6 languages. 3 of them are African to varying degrees of proficiency. That includes Afrikaans, Setswana, and Swahili. And yes, I know if you're in South Africa, it's called Tswana, but in Botswana, we call it Setswana. So thank you so much for that. I also promote Afrikaans and Tswana or Setswana language and culture, as well as Basotho language and culture on this channel. So thanks a lot, folks, for tuning in. Really appreciate it. I will be back on tonight for South Africans and those in Botswana. I'm not sure the time. It depends on when I get released. And if it's early enough, then I'll have Ernst van Saal, the Conscious Clerical, will come on my stream and we'll talk about what he saw in Senekal. I've not heard from Big Daddy Liberty. I sent him an invite. And it looks like he's busy and didn't get back to me. So anyway, folks, tonight, after we parse through the actual facts of what's happened, whether there's bail, whether there wasn't bail, whether the case was delayed, which Erica said, we'll find out what's really happened with the facts, and we'll discuss the international media coverage of it. So I'll be back on tonight. It's Friday, so it's a lekker Freitagnacht, and so a lovely, lovely Friday evening. So, folks, I'll be on no matter how late it is. Tonight, I will do a Night Owls edition. But the quicker I get home from release from the War College, the quicker I'll do that. So thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate the support. Thank you all. God bless you all. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the feed and opinion, Chris. As Mark John says. You're welcome, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Erica's not deleting messages. Don't agree with it, Kermit. Stop. That's going to get you deleted, Kermit. Stop talking to the moderators. If you've got an issue with a moderator, then write something for @Chris to me. No, Chris is not already storing, folks. Haha, you thought I left. No, I am leaving, just making sure the stream is ending very properly here. If you want my email, folks, I don't hand it out online. I don't say it because trolls and bots from malicious actors harvest email addresses, and they use it to try to break in. Yesterday, we saw that James Wood's Twitter account, people kept trying to break into it, and he was getting hundreds of password reset requests. Because people are trying to break into it. So I don't do that with my email address. If you want to send me an email, you have to go on a PC or a Mac. You have to go onto the About tab for this channel. If you go to Chris White Africa, the channel, you'll see videos, you'll see shop merchandise, all that stuff. You'll see store. See on the right-hand side is an About tab. And under the About tab, you click on that. It'll reveal a description of the channel below a video. And then at the bottom, it'll say email address for business purposes. You click on that box. It'll bring up a little check, so you have to check on it to prove you're not a bot, and then it will reveal my email address. You simply copy and paste that. And short of that, you can send me a message by going to below the video. You'll see a description of my username for Parler and for Twitter. And you can send me a message on either Parler or Twitter that way. I'm not as responsive there because I don't really care for Twitter. It's a leftist wet dream. It's a censorship platform, but I do use it because a lot of people still use it. And I use Parler, but you can send me a message there. Otherwise, that's how you're going to get the email address, folks. But we don't share it here. We don't share it. No, I'm not snoring. It's morning in the U.S. You should be heading to work. That's right. I am heading off to work, folks. Anyway, that's it. That's it. Surprise, surprise. I didn't disappear for the 890 people still listening to the channel, folks. God bless and have a good day. South Africa, what happened today? The EFF was exposed yet again, at least by us, for the frauds that they are, the violent offenders that they are, and the farmers and those who supported them, white and black, were peaceful, assembled peacefully, and returned home. South Africa did not descend into civil war, despite the efforts of Julius Malema to cause an altercation that would lead to civil war. It was very tense, folks, a couple of times, but things should be calm. But that doesn't mean we won't see vandalism and other attacks. Pay attention to the news. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that another farmer is murdered somewhere in South Africa tonight. Just pay attention to that, folks. Anyway, that's it, folks. Out of here. God bless and have a good day. And we'll catch you later today on the Night Owls edition of Stray Voltage. God bless and good night. Good day, not good night. It's daytime. It's afternoon in South Africa, and it's tomorrow in New Zealand, and it's morning here. So have a good day.